Good morning, everybody. How are we doing out there on this fine Wednesday? Great to see so many of you out there today. Wooden Hooligan, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you for being the first sub of the day. Welcome on in. Thank you very much. A dirty rumor, I've set you free from purgatory. Maybe we could just press this live button. Hello, everybody. Woo! My sleep was good, thank you, Balthazar. Bailey is also doing very well. How are you all? I think that you guys are all looking good. I do indeed exist. And it's a surprise for everyone involved. I was most upset when I found out, to be honest with you. Welcome back. We were indeed off yesterday as I went on a long journey to go and visit the one and only Vicky, to go and help rebuild her PC and to help her shave her cat. Well, scissor trim. Suki is floof. Endings, I thank you very much for the 10 community gift subs. You are incredible. Thank you very much. That kind of support really helps keep the channel going. It's lovely having that support so early on. It turns out the issue ultimately comes down to the fact that if you're going to mount an AIO, you're going to need to use all 4 screws rather than just 3 of them. I would like to point out that yesterday Vicky called herself the Queen of 2 Screws, the 2-screw queen, and I told her that A, she should never repeat that, and B, I'm going to tell all of chat. So you've been informed. If you see her, you can call her the 2-screw queen. And she said that for free. Yeah. I pointed out the phrasing immediately and then made sure that she would regret it. But yes, so... Oh my god, a GPU didn't use it for 4 years of being used. I can believe that. So yeah, it comes down to the fact that ultimately when she did her first PC setup, one of the screws sheared off when she was tightening on the CPU cooler. Realistically, that's been the source of a lot of the issues. There was also another great one where she's running 6000 MTS RAM and didn't have XMP enabled, so it's just been running at the default clock speed the entire time. Because who needs XMP for your RAM, right? Okay, Seraph, then what that likely means is that Rimworld music isn't stream safe, so I'll likely need to turn the in-game music off, unfortunately, when we play Rimworld later, which means we'll get Chronos Radio instead. Oh, Demnar's and Gregening rapidly approaches. Are you excited, Demnar? It might be I need to contest it on Twitch, in which case I just can't be bothered. But that means that we're muted for ad revenue purposes, which is shit, so I will still disable it on Twitch, because Twitch ad revenue is basically the bulk of what will support the stream. Speaking of ad revenue, some of you may have noticed on the first ad break that we had today, we are going to be trialing out 1 minute longer of ads per session, because that actually gives me time to go to the loo without feeling like I'm leaving you guys by yourself, because I always come back and the ads are over. So we're trying 3 minutes of ads every gap rather than 2 minutes. And I'm meant to provide the feedback on the difference. so that we can look at the ferret channel and other stuff for our ads analytics. I know that the chair is always a very favorite streamer of everyone in chat. More ads for the bread. Well, it also means I get more time to stand up, stretch my legs. I'll probably be more inclined to actually use that break if it is 3 minutes long rather than 2. Senson, thank you very much for the 5 community subs. Bringing our hype train to level 4. You are amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much for those 5 subs. It's very kind of you. Yeah, well, yes, there probably isn't that much ad fill from Poland then. It's probably how that's working out then. I mean, most of you either have Turbo or have you know, Prime or other sub as well, so I know that it's not going to bother a lot of people in chat, but we just want to try it out. Because apparently, Thor and I run much lower ad fill than most other streamers do. Apparently, most people run 6 to 8 minutes of ads an hour. It's the rain background noise getting copyright claimed. Well, that's even worse. There's a mod to remove it called DMCA. Okay, well, we'll need to get that then. Let's tab out Steam. Find Rimworld. Ridiculous. Okay. Are there any other mods that are worth getting for Rimworld? That's a dangerous question. Oh no. I feel like I've opened Pandora's box. I haven't even realized it. Okay, I don't want 200 mods. I want maybe 10, 15. Maybe 20, 30. Oh, wait. Maybe? Maybe. Damn it. Not enough coverage. Fine, it's not a problem. We can still make it work. Someone will have made a base with a suitable overhang. People are very convenient. Look at this. Right, here we go. Sheltered. We can just leave the assault copter here in case we need it. And then we've got the Pokeball. They can't. That's the edge of their fief. So on Rimworld, we will be starting a new colony today. We will be upping the difficulty by 1 because I think that the gameplay I experienced on Monday was very enjoyable, but I do feel like it was quite easy. So we're going to bump up to 1 difficulty level higher, probably staying on Cassandra Classic. We may install a couple of quality of life mods, so I think that could be cool or useful. Then we should be able to go from there. So that's going to kind of be the plan. Hello, Shadow Wolf. Thank you very much, bud. I appreciate that. I'm hoping it's going to be fun too. Jesus, there's a lot of mods for this. How my feelings of babysit for goblins? I'm absolutely fine with that. Mod that allows wild animals to breed. So you want... draftable animals, build from inventory. I believe I'm searching that word into Twitch when I want to watch what's there. Steam. Wild animal procreation sounds about right. What have you come back to? We're discussing Rimworld mods because we'll be playing Rimworld later, and I want to put a couple of I want to kind of expand some of the vanilla experience. We're discussing wild animal breeding mods because apparently wild animals don't breed by default inside Rimworld, which is, in my opinion, a very strange call. But hey, we are where we are. We have got new DLCs as well. Okay, we've got a wild animals mod, we've got a camera mod for better panning and zooming, we've got a library mod for harmony. Bailey is currently sleeping on the sofa. What's our lands, Rad? Weapons vendor, nice. Another, really? Our rolls are shit. Every single time. Well, that's a mess. Oh, hello. You want to sleep on the sofa? Oh, what's up? Hi, baby. If that's going to eat that, I'll be very upset. Probably is. Too much. It's way too locked on. What you doing, baby? If you could not, that would be grand. He's just checking things out. Right, it was definitely dancing, yeah. Ah, the Thopter of the Rocks, we remember you well. Hey, Blammo, take it easy. Salted coffee, I hope that the interview went well, buddy. Looking at all of the mods that Rimworld has, and oh my god, there's a lot of them. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate the kindness. Yeah, it was very kind of Twitch to make me partner, that kind of thing. There's just a lot. It's almost too much to go through. Someone said speak up was one. I can't see an English version of speak up. It's not updated for 1.6 yet. I do have a like a streaming email, yeah. Like although not an official one for like partnering related. I should probably do that. I have no idea how complicated. I mean, writing a mod in general still seems complicated to me, but one does not develop. The best way of getting a hold of me for business stuff is just via Discord normally. Like, drop me a Discord message. I could send you an email, but like realistically, I'm not going to check it as often as I would check my Discord. So like, if it's something that's business related, I guess just contact me on Discord. Are you guys having buffering issues on Twitch? That's not great. Have we had error 2000s or anything? A couple of people have reported buffering issues back to back. Weird. Error 3000s on Thor stream yesterday. Hey, well, I'm glad to hear that it went well, Salter Coffee. That's good news, bud. Hey, welcome on in, Hades. I'm doing very well, thank you, buddy. How are you doing today? Okay, so thank you very much as well. I mean, it's kind of to say, but ultimately, you know, we want to make a community where we're comfortable and where everyone else is comfortable, just kind of hang out and have a good time. Like, we don't want any of the hate or the drama, so, you know, people who are there for that, really not suited. Hi. Hello. I know that you've got food, so you're not asking for that. You're just asking for a cuddle, I think. I wonder. Hi, meow. You are so cute. There's so much extra floof. That is the drama I'm currently getting told off for. It's how dare you go away yesterday for most of the day and not pet me. It's war crimes, honestly. It's like I'm being investigated by the commissariat. He doesn't like it because there's people like doing the local verges and stuff. The council have sent people out to cut back all of the things on the roads and such. Whoop. Hello. Yeah, hi. Meow. Hi. Hi, baby. That's not Thor, just so you know. That's actually, you know, Duke for tradies. I mean, Shadow, if it's in my Discord server, if it's about me, put it in my Discord server. So I'm just tightening up the cat bed at the moment so that I can move it. My water level, it's fine. I've still got water. I'm here. Put this one on. There we go. You can see me struggling. God damn it. The way. I'm not sure B will even really care about this, but we're going to give it a go. See if he actually wants to be here. How are you doing, little ham? I assume you've seen that I rejigged the schedule quite late last night. I know my water level's going down, but nearly tightened up. There we go. It needs to be very tight because B is a big sleepy baby. Hi, baby. Did you want me to turn this on so people could see you? If you do choose to get in there, we're going to have an issue, but we'll deal with that when we get there. I'm glad you are recovering, Ham. Recovering is a good sign. Actually, fly the correct direction. Was Thor's vacation a surprise for me too, like the rest of us? I mean, I've been asking Thor to take vacation for a while, but like... it's just something that he needed to do. So it's not that it was a surprise, it's good that he's taking it. Hi, baby. You're not normally on that desk, are you? Definitely hit the camera at some point. Really? Do you want to go over here? Look. Yeah. Meow. Meow. Meow, meow. Look. Cats. Hello. Mwah. Hello. Up in the bed? Up? Yeah. Hi. Okay, what we will do is I will move the Bailey cam so that we have... if he does shoot a settle here, he might even be visible on camera when he puts his face up. Who's a good baby? You're a good baby, aren't you? You had some nice little snacks? You want to get down? See? Oh, look, there's... okay. You aren't sure about that? You're going to give it a try, are you? Okay. Well, we'll leave it there. If you don't like it, we'll move it somewhere else. We're trying out different locations at the moment. Did that not scan? No, I didn't finish the scan. He is... yeah, he's extra cuddly because I was out yesterday. That is what he's like. I'm doing all right, thank you, Owakio. How are you doing, buddy? Hope all is well on your end. Now you think you might get treats in that. You're very interested, aren't you? Look, if you want to go there, you should be able to. Would be nice, wouldn't it? You'd be right next to me, B. That would be really cute. He's just such an adorable kitten all the time. I've been really slow about scanning this week. I apologize, chat. We've been chilling. See, the nice thing is, when Thor obviously announced to the team and to everyone last night that he was going to be taking some time off, as soon as I got back from my journey, I logged on to our scheduling tool and just immediately made sure that every single mod team member has at least 3 days off between yesterday and next Tuesday in those 8 days. So I've made sure that everyone is getting a substantial amount of time off. I will be off on Saturday, so I won't be here that day. Most other days I should be around just to keep an eye on things. Last night I cleared out the unban requests when I got back, so that was the 750 requests in there. During Pirate Software Holiday Week, there will be no Pirate Software unban requests. It's just going to be that simple. I'm not going to be doing content or any real discussion of Pirate Software work. It's all on holiday. So some stuff we'll probably discuss, but most of it will be a Thor free time to allow Thor to chill without any kind of pressure. Oh. Oh, okay. What you wanted? Okay. Yeah, you're beautiful, aren't you? Nice, okay. We can do Hotel 5 on this one. Excuse me. Excuse me again. It's probably all the Suki hair that's stuck in my sinuses from yesterday, because oh my gosh, that cat sheds. She's so beautiful, but my god, I'm surprised she has any fur left with the amount that she has when you pet her. Lower lows, higher highs. Did I see Vicky? I did indeed. We rebuilt Vicky's PC yesterday. It was needed. I don't quite know how you have cat hair in the thermal paste under the CPU cooler, but she managed. Wild. That said, we diagnosed a couple of issues with her PC, which was very helpful. So we know that she likely needs to do a BIOS update because there is a chipset crash from the NTOS kernel error part of Windows whenever she closes OBS. Absolutely fascinating. That if she closes OBS, then she's basically got like a 50% chance of her computer just blue screening, which is better because it wasn't 80 or 90% chance. We realized why her RAM won't have been functioning properly. Vicky didn't know about XMP, or Expo for AMD. So we know that her PC, the new motherboard, is far better at processing the heat already, and that's only using 2 AIO screws. He's getting a replacement set of screws from NZXT this week so that she will be able to fully screw the AIO in. See, Aaron, this is, I don't know if this is a new thing or not, but I think it might be tied to the use of stream elements, because I've only seen this issue reported where people also use stream elements or Streamlabs tied into OBS, so I think it might be a problem somewhere in there. Because that's the only real fundamental difference between our systems, is that she is using stream elements and I raw dog Twitch. The AIO came with 4 screws. Vicky, in her mighty majesty, managed to shear one in half when she screwed it in originally. To be honest, I think it might. You know how sometimes you'll get a screw which will just be like, it'll just have a defect in it. It is likely that screw was defective. The shear is so clean cut and so smooth that it doesn't actually put a huge amount of force into it. It is likely that there was a defect in the screw. But unfortunately, that means that the screw element is lodged in the old motherboard, which you can't deal with because you can't really get that out. It's the bottom half of the screw. Recovering that's going to be an absolute bitch. So new motherboard and replacing the screws. But she will speak to NZXT and find out what they can do. Vicky actually does these things properly. You know, she actually speaks to the brands and has good brand relationships with pretty much every single brand. I'm just I'm just here vibing on Twitch to a bunch of gremlins, so we're all good. Unfortunately, the motherboard standoff slot was the issue. Once you can't screw into that, hot glue wouldn't work. No, with the way that has binded in, no. Very unlikely. That said, the motherboard that she's got now is just better. So we couldn't replace the motherboard standoff because the motherboard standoff on the card she had, the actual threaded screw area, we'd have had to drill it out. And at that point, you're more likely to do damage to the motherboard itself because you're operating in such a sensitive area, because it's the screw that's between the RAM and the CPU cooler. So that's one of the most critical ones, because that needs to be in tight enough so that the RAM isn't misseated, but also not screwed in too tightly so that the AIO or the RAM is misseated. So it's the worst one to have non-functional, in my opinion. But on the bright side, her computer now idles at 45 degrees Celsius rather than 85. Vicky is another streamer that Thor and I met at TwitchCon. She's really funny, really awesome. She's basically you know how the goblins troll Thor? She just trolls life like a goblin. She's now the self-professed 2-screw queen. Yes, indeed. Yeah, she was idling at 85 degrees Celsius because obviously on the old one, where it was tied in with 3 screws tightly, it was lifted on one side so it wasn't properly seated. Yes. So, hey, the PC is now workable. Even under load, it will idle now about 80. Well, 75 is what we got it to. It'll probably go 80 if she's running a stream and everything off of it. Realistically, once the AIO is fully seated, it should idle around the 60-degree mark, I think. Which is far better, in my opinion. Yes, I also made sure there was no cat hair in the thermal paste this time as well. Oh, here's a controversial question for you. As a member of chat, each of you, how do you spread your thermal paste? Are you one blob in the center purists? are you 5 small outer blobs? Because I personally do my thermal paste with 5 small blobs like a dice. 5 small little circles. Because when you drag the thermal paste, you end up leaving the lines between them, so you basically end up with an X. But with areas that will spread out into the corner better. You eat the paste, that tracks. I'd believe that. Oh no. They should have used BCC and they didn't. They went to 3,200 people. That's awful. Have you ever put too much paste? Not on my machine. I have fixed machines where people have put on too much paste. I'll be honest with you, I'm worried that a lot of people don't know what a pea-sized amount is. Peas are not as big as you think. They're not, you know, like a centimeter round. They're not Brussels sprout. Calm down. Like, I've seen way too much thermal paste on too many builds. Hi Vicky, how you doing? You're awake nice and early. There you go, chat. Look who it is. I kept my promise, Vicky. Look, they know. Yes, I might be a 2 pump dump, but Vicky's the 2 screw queen. I'm the corner. Forget who you thought. The bad girls that haven't been caught. No, there's many more than 2 pumps in Vicky's house. She's probably got like at least 3 AIOs that I saw, like maybe 4. Many pumps, lots of pumps in that house. They're not reading books. What a funny song. That haven't been covered. Vicky, were you by any chance asleep by the time I got back last night? Gotti Doesn't Know is an absolute banger of a reference, and to be honest with you, the people who get the Scotty Doesn't Know reference are my kind of people. You may have been asleep. You gave her another haircut. Yeah, and you went. Oh, you went to sleep early. You probably needed it after the migraine. To be fair, migraines are pretty exhausting. That makes sense. What do you mean? Oh, I'll have you know that I a teacher from my school when I was young. I say young. In the UK, we have we had something called. I think they're still called GCSEs, they just do the grades differently. But we had a teacher who lost their job because he showed my class Euro Trip. We were doing business studies in year 10. We were at the end of the year, and unfortunately, Mr. Perkins decided it was a good idea to Mr. Perkwell? Mr. Perkston? Perkins? Doctor... It. been too long, my mind is gone. What's Eurotrip? If you've seen Dude, Where's My Car, Eurotrip, to me, fits into the same kind of category of films which don't deserve to be as good for such a shit film. Like, a good shit film. Dude, what does mine say? Sweet! What about mine? Dude... Oh, God. Yeah, Dude, Where's My Car is also another one that I would put up in there with Eurotrip, to be honest. There's a ringmouth in active in Golf 8 if anyone wants to harvest it on the these servers. Dalton. Get the Flugenheimer. Yep. Yeah, your Eurotrip would not get made today. Welcome to Bratislava. And then they have like $4 between them, and then they manage to basically just get like a 4-star, like a 5-star luxury resort. They give someone a nickel, and the guy's like, yeah, I buy my own hotel. Eurotrip is free with YouTube Premium. I'll be honest with you, Diesel, I'm actually frequently surprised that Tropic Thunder got made at the time it was made. Because some of the stuff that is said and done in Tropic Thunder crosses boundaries onto, like, they use active slurs in Tropic Thunder that even one of which would get a film not made today. I'll be honest with you, Django Unchained makes sense to be the way that it is and what it's about. It's very blunt and it says terms in a very blunt way, but it fits with the setting. Tropic Thunder, Eurotrip, those, there was no need for them to do what they did, but they just decided to go ahead with it, which I'm fine with, but kind of nuts. Are you also actually a lord in the UK? No, there are only a very limited number of actual lords. Unfortunately, the postal things that say that you're a lord because you own like 1 meter squared of land aren't actually real. It's a bit like buying a star or buying moon dust. It's just like it's a fun thing, but it doesn't actually make you a lord with all of the grants and titles forthwith. I'm not surprised that a bunch of the actors be talked in Tropic Thunder, because there's stuff that was said in there that for me would probably cross, like, I don't even like playing songs that drop certain words on stream, like, and that's not even like recorded long term. To be in a film where that's a thing, like, you have to see the funny side of it. Not everyone will. Like, I know that not everyone will find some of the stuff in Tropic Thunder funny. Not everyone will find the things that are in Eurotrip funny, because the humor is not necessarily crass, but it's not, you know, it's not high satire. It's just good old bullshit fun that's reasonable. It's funny because of the way that it's alarmist. High court judges are still given lord titles. There are some law lords. Yes, they are the legal representation inside the House of Lords. I'll be honest with you though, I'm not sure that other people someone other than Robert Downey Jr. could have pulled off what he did, for example, in Tropic Thunder. Like some of the stuff that Ben Stiller did in that film. Some of the acting in that, like, that crosses lines that some people wouldn't be comfortable with. I'm fine with that. Like, if you don't find that, I don't find a lot of the really alarmist stuff inside Tropic Thunder funny. I just find it very interesting that the film itself was made. Yeah, Simple Jack was thing. Whoop. I need to make that transition move be. The whole point of excuse me. The whole point of comedy is to cross lines. It's a really interesting sentence, because in order to comedy relies on one thing. It needs to be a joke. In order for something to be considered a joke, realistically, it needs to appeal to a majority audience. Generally, the people the community that you're interacting with, you need a certain majority to consider that element to be a joke. Otherwise, you'll basically be cancelled. Then that's what that line is. And Frankie Boyle does see lines. Frankie Boyle is very, very good and very, very intelligent at seeing lines. Frankie Boyle 100% knows the stuff that he does and says is alarmist. That's his brand of comedy, and it works very, very well for him. You see similar things from like Ricky Gervais, Jimmy Carr, all do certain levels of humor which can be considered to be, on the line or alarmist, because it pushes that shock factor which some people find inherently funny by itself. And going over that line for humor is often a way that you can get quite a lot of acclaim, or not, like basically the equivalent of going viral, but for a comedian. You can get a lot more support and recognition for being very, very blunt and towing that line. I have a strange question for those of you who know about Rimworld stuff. There are a bunch of very highly popular mods that all say that a specific creator passed away. Did a big Rimworld like modder have some kind of accident or something? Ugh, UUUGGGG. Fascinating. Pretty sad. hate how that doesn't clear very well. Whoop. There we go. We're back from the ads. Hello, everybody. I feel like I'm missing out on some kind of Rimworld joke about all the pandas coming and devouring all of the rice. Is this a thing that pandas do? Do I need to be concerned about the pandas invading and stealing all of my rice? Because I use that rice. It's very important. I'm using that rice. Yeah, you can use exclamation point playlist. This isn't good. Now the question is, can we outrun the northern edge of the storm? We should be able to, yes. Going to about this point. Oh, that is genuinely very, very sad, actually. I do always appreciate seeing that when, like, someone like the modding community has passed away, a lot of people do continue their work, not only because the fans want it, but also it's, like, in memory of the person that worked to do stuff. I can imagine that Baru is very, very good at Rimworld, to be honest with you. Baru is very, very good at games. Okay, nice. That's. I've added a mod which adds the quality of life that basically allows people to tend themselves when they've been, like, wounded, because I think it's dumb that a colonist wouldn't have basic first aid knowledge to tend the fact that they're bleeding to death. They're not even going to hold a hand or hold a piece of fabric over it, even though they're on a completely different planet. Like, on day one, you'd be covering basic first aid. What the fuck? No, vanilla, they'll only do it if they're set to be a doctor, but a lot of people can't doctor. That's the issue I was having the other day, was I kept trying to be like, yo, go tend yourself. They're like, we aren't assigned to being doctors. I need to be a doctor to do basic first aid. Entirely defeats the object of first aid. What's wrong with people? Yeah, I kept on trying to turn on self-tend for people, but it was always like, this person's not assigned as a doctor, and I'm like, I don't want them to be a doctor, I just want them to be able to tend their own bleeding, god damn it. applying a bandage doesn't require you to have a medical degree. It just means that you definitely know what you're doing versus maybe know what you're doing. You are always faster than me. We're storm chasing. You need, of course, you need a trained band-aid specialist for your colony at Rimworld. Yeah, but I don't want... If I have Doctor to low priority, it's still likely that someone could do a shit tend that I don't want them to do. And this way, at least this way I won't have to set them as doctors in order for them to actually self-tend in an emergency. So, like, fine. I did hear about the tsunami warning. I know there's a tsunami advisory out, or a tsunami warning out for areas of the western coast. I'm very much hoping that the prevailing weather conditions out in the sea at the moment would reduce some of the impact of such a tsunami. If I recall correctly, the west coast has some quite nice currents that should drag a bunch of force out of a tsunami if it does happen. But obviously it's not going to, you know, you never know how much that's going to work. So gonna hope for that it's very small. Yeah, see, if it's 30 centimeters in Japan, normally tsunamis grow across distance, but normally it's as they get funneled. If it, depending on how close to the coast it is, if it echoes out across the Pacific, I have no idea what that carry-on impact would look like. I am not a specialist by any means. The main reason I know a bit about tsunamis is because when I used to do geography at GCSE in the UK, two things. One, we as, you know, teenagers only cared about the natural disasters because that's the cool stuff, because lots of people died. And second of all, our teacher was kind of psychotic, and she only liked teaching parts of human geography that were about disasters because lots of people died. So natural disasters, that's basically the entirety of like year 10 for me, was all natural disasters. 3.6 feet in Cali, so a 1 meter is more like a rogue wave than a full tsunami. So if that's the extent of the force, then great. Hopefully there will not be the kind of loss of life that we've come to associate with the word tsunami. Obviously many of us who are around now, well, I say many of us, I'm going to look at what year this was and get upset. That was in 2004. Oh, I was about to say many of us remember well the events of the Boxing Day tsunami, and I was like, wait, when was that? Because actually, like... Not the one. Promises, 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 promises. 4-foot swells in Japan. So, okay, so the first wave that hit California is probably a small precursor wave. Let's keep an eye on it. I hope there's no loss of life. That's all we can do. Help out anyone who's in a risky area, and if we need to help with recovery, we can. That's the risk of the world we live in. No matter where you are, there is no such thing as, you know, safety from natural disasters. Like, act of God is a thing. Like, your teacher who taught spots you went back to vacation. I guess at least that way, maybe at least it lets you have like a, you know, a first-hand knowledge about the place. Diesel, I don't know very much about Grounded 2. I'll have a look at it. You know what, I'll have a look at, people have been mentioning it for a couple of days, so I'll land while I do this scan. I'll tab to Steam and have a look at Grounded 2. Oh. Oh, you are small and the world is really big. Would you guys like to see Grounded 2 potentially? Is that something that people would want to see? Probably not. Sure, a budget factor, Rimworld. But Thor won't be playing any games, as far as I know, on stream or on my stream or any stream for 2 weeks, for at least a week. I've completely cleared the calendar until the end of Thor's Day next week to allow for basically 9 days off. So, well, 8 days off, realistically. But I'll be doing a check-in to see if he wants to come back sooner. If he wants to extend it, then that's absolutely his choice. I'll be honest with you, he's got a shitload of things that he needs to get done around his house that this will actually be a really good opportunity for. So, that's a good thing. And as such, there will be no real coverage of the Pyro software work on this channel. Like, so there won't be any unbanned requests, there won't be, you know, much discussion of, like, kind of anything that's going on Thor's end while he's off. I want to respect his ability to have time away, and me feeding you guys information isn't going to happen. It's just not. If he wants time away and he wants to choose to, you know, do that, that's what's going to happen. I know that most of you guys aren't asking for a bad reason, but, like, I'm just basically saying that I'm not going to be chasing him for updates or anything. Like, and any update will give him to me as a friend rather than as a job thing. So, like, that's different. He's off work. He's in, you know, Thor Hall mode rather than in Pirate software mode, and that's functionally different. And I want to give him the space for that. So I'm the one that's kind of on duty for the next 10 or so days. The mods obviously doing their coverage around that. Tomorrow is the end of the submission period for the Game Jam. We still have 2 weeks of judging to do, Taffine, and this means that he can have the break before we get the judging done. At least 2 weeks, to be honest. We've actually been really... not surprised. What's the word I'm looking for? We've been really impressed by and I guess energized by the level of work and enthusiasm that the people who are submitting things for this Game Jam have shown. Ultimately, we learned back in January last year and July last year that doing the big cash money win was... it was awesome. And, you know, Thor donated 10,000, Carnage doing 10,000. Like, it was really, really awesome. But I'll be honest with you, it was hell to judge. It made the judging experience really shitty. The judges got a lot of hatred after that. People became very entitled about it. And the Game Jam afterwards as well, we had just issues of attitude and people treating it like it's some kind of right that they win money or anything like that, and we just decided that we were done with it. People became really gross about it. So I'm really pleased to see that things are returning to normal. The people aren't entering it because of the money for the cash prize. That was a surprise. You know, it's why we didn't announce it when it happened in January. Like that time, like it was January last year, I think it might have been. But like, yeah, the abuse judges get, I have no tolerance for. I've decided that any abuse that comes out this year for judges, I will immediately ban any entrant from all future Game Jam wins, and I will create a blacklist if there's abuse this year. I'm decided I'm done with it. It was much better last time, but if there is any judge abuse, I will treat it like mod abuse. It's a bannable offense. Because people are putting in hundreds of hours of effort into doing the Game Jam stuff, to be clear. Like, the judges do more work than most teams do, each. And there's less of them for hundreds, if not thousands, of games. Hello. The active ringmouth is in Foxtrot 8. Foxtrot 8 is the active ringmouth.
Okay.
If he wants to go and mine spice, he's more than free to. I'm not going to stop him. Help the dude out, you know? Sorry, I missed a couple of chat messages. Let me scroll down. Okay, I'll wait. I will wait a while on Grounded. I'm seeing, yeah, some of the reviews are also listing that there are performance issues and concerns that people are working on. Same with the abiotic factor. Oh no, okay, something else. Good morning, Schlurpy. How is it doing? How are you doing, buddy? And judging the game jam is actually really difficult. There are a lot of really solid games that just, oh shit, I can't get into my own. There are a lot of games that don't fit well into judging criteria sometimes. There are games that are really, really good games, but they don't fit the theme at all. So you have to find a way to balance that. You have to find a way to see through people's various bits of developmental skill and look at the vision they were trying to build and what they've learned throughout the process that relates to that, which is arguably more important than anything else in the game jam. So it's all... there's an awful lot in there. Little Knight, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You are absolutely awesome. Thor did make it to the 50 million viewed hours on Twitch Tracker, so we're just waiting for it to tick over on the Twitch end, I believe. I'm doing good, thank you. Thank you, Schlurpy. Yeah. Great day yesterday, good fun. Bit of a late one. I didn't get home until 2 AM, and then took about an hour to rejig the schedule. Well, no. It took me 2 hours to rejig the schedule and clear 750 unban requests. But after that, I then went to bed and kind of chilled. I got about 5 hours of sleep. From 4 till 9. If it's tracked on the Twitch side, so the Twitch tracker has a delay. They do a regular, basically, pull on an API. I imagine they do it weekly or monthly or something like that. So Twitch does a lot of things by month. It would not surprise me if they recalculate it on the 1st of the month. Which means, I think, if I check time on Twitch tracker, let's go look at this. Let's see. Hours watched all time. My all-time hours watched is 290,000. Okay, horrifying. If I type in pirate software. So yeah, Thor is at 50 million and 50.1 million hours watched. Got the correct account name? And he did in fact beat Sea-Dog VA, who was the person, well, was already Sea-Dog now, he is obviously renamed, with whom at when it was announced that these trophies would become a thing, Thor and Connor decided that they would do a kind of a friendly bet, see who would get there first. And by the looks of things, Connor is at 49.3 and Thor is at 50.1. So it looks like it was very, very close. I mean, Thor had 38 when Connor had 43, so Thor did pull that back quite hard. But, yeah, fascinating to see. The idea of having even a million hours watched is so strange to me. I don't know, the fact that you choose to log in here and watch me each day kind of like still makes me feel a bit weird. So I mean, Thor's been mashing 12-hour streams for years. I am weird, so it's not just a feeling. That nice, okay. If Thor was going to do cyclothons, we'd have to rent him extra legs, and that would be a challenge. My assault one, I thought there should be somewhere nearby. There it is. Oh, well, thank you, GC Fender. I appreciate that. I try and keep things, you know, reasonably chill, because I know that, obviously, for a very long time, I used to watch the stream while I was working away. So I know that it's, you know, how that works. That for years. Years and years. And on Eve fleets, that was always the fun one. Hello, Mirror. Great to see you, buddy. How are you doing? Bro, Francis, that's the nicest thing that, as a fellow Brit, you could say to me. Because it's nice enough that it's very positive for somebody from Britain to say that about someone. But it's not so nice that it makes the person from Britain feel weird. Because that's about as much as we do on a big compliment. Yeah, you know, you're all right. You're not bad. Yeah, you're a good egg. Like, something small and pithy, you know. That's kind of a British compliment. Savio, I don't know yet for certain. I feel like there are more, but I can't categorically tell you that until I've scanned it all, which is what I'm doing. One of the reasons why I want to scan it and I'm not looking at the whole map and thinking about it is I want to look at the whole map and compare them when I've got the whole thing scanned so I can see it all in one go rather than get it kind of dripped and drabbed in. Mirror, mirror, Edowall, who's the most British of them all? It's Bailey. Look at him. Falling into empty space. We've got ads starting in a moment. During the ads, I'm going to do a quick wing check so we can do some gamba in a minute. We love some gamba, right? Whoop. We're good. We're good for a while. We've only got 1 or 2 holes in them. We'll do a wing gamba shortly. Maybe in a couple of squares time. Version 15 from 2023 was the savior, was it? Okay. I mean, that tracks. Good morning, Vicky. Welcome to the land of the living. You have tea, you have a monster, life will be good. Well, awesome. You can have a, you know, morning sit and chill. Vicky and I went to a very nice local bakery near hers yesterday. It was very, very good. An excellent meat pat. You put the PC together last night. By the way, fully. You see the 4 screw in there. See, I would have waited to put the rest of the bits together until I got that 4th screw because, you know, I'm lazy. But I guess you want your PC working. Fair. Makes sense. Vicky, is it in one of your big mugs? Is it in one of the new mugs, the Trago mugs, you know, the legendary Trago mugs? It's the AIO screws, Classic Buster, the riser screws. I can't remember what they're called. They've got a special name. Stand up. Standoffish screws. They're very rude. They're daily stand-up screws. That's what it is. They're scrum. Screws that believe in scrum, chat. Daily stand-up screws, yeah. Yes, unfortunately, that piece of hardware is somewhat reliant on being able to be tightened down properly on 4 screws. Yes. I'm gonna be honest with you. The main issue I ran into is that actually the charging station that I use to get to and from Vicky's is too fast. I can't get enough work done on the journey now. Given it charges at 360 kilowatts an hour, like madness. Hello, Sea Crusher. We are doing good, thank you, buddy. How are you doing? Good to see you today. We'll move B back. In fact, we'll put B down here, where B normally lives. And then we'll put, whoop. I do not drive a Tesla, thankfully, no. That said, I don't know how to actually objectively correctly pronounce my car's name. We had a big discussion about this on stream, and basically determined that nobody worldwide knows how to say the brand Hyundai, or Hyundai, or Hyundai, or Hyundai, or Hyundai. Yes, there you go. Yeah, Ionic. Yeah. Hyundai. Hyundai. He's actually not a big fan of the inside slab, Luna. I'm surprised by it. It's pronounced Honda. I'm not sure it is. It's definitely pronounced howitzer. Yeah, I guess he does like... So B does this thing where he'll come up to me and he'll ask in a specific way for attention and lead me to the front door in a way that I know he's asking for what we call path rubes, which is where he'll flop on the path on the concrete slabs out there, where they've been warmed by the sun, like in the back garden. And then he'll be like, yes, this is my spot. So he does get them outside. So maybe inside he just likes the carpet. That's why he likes cardboard inside, maybe. Classic Buster, I did test drive one of those. Very, very fun vehicle. There's not that many of them in the UK. Is this kind of going to be the issue on that one? There are cat heating mats that you can get. You mean like the one that he's lying on? Like just this one right here that is underneath him. It's not on right now. The Kia logo rebrand was bad enough, right? And I thought that was like one of the worst rebrands we would see. Yeah? Jaguar were like, yeah, hold my beer. No, so you see, Draz, you can see just here in the bottom corner of the screen, there's like a little cable here that runs off of it. That's actually like an insulated wire. Yeah, I may try the, I want to give the slab a bit of a, I'm not sure if it is the fact that he wants it cleaned, because the outside ones are jet wash a bit more often than this one has been. So this one's fine. I mean, it's clean, but it's got like kind of an algae green on it from where it was outside for a while, a couple of years ago. So I just need to basically scrub off any like kind of remaining residue, I guess, and then see if he likes it. Catch you later, Shadow Wolf. Have a good one, buddy. Enjoy moderating. Also, I'm not sure I want to rest something that's that heavy on the heating pad. I'd probably just use my heating gun. I've got one of those heat guns that blasts warm air through, so you can vacuum seal stuff, or you can use it to basically re-energize plastic. Because the... under the pad... Yeah, but at that point I might as well just use the heat gun or a hairdryer to warm it up, you know? I don't like that bug. That's a new one that I don't appreciate. When you use up a fuel cell now, it'll tell you you're like you've got 0 left, even if you have more than 0 left. The 2026 Honda Prelude, I have not seen that. I saw that they are bringing out an Ioniq 6. That Hyundai are bringing out one of those. That looked weirdly shaped, I think. Was it the Ioniq 6N? Oh yeah, it was the 6N. It debuted at Goodwood. Let me just land on this. I'll show you guys something. Blurpy. I'm surprised you didn't get warned by Nightbot, to be honest. I might fix, I might turn that one off. Yeah, so those of you, I don't know if any of you guys are actually into cars that much. These were shown at Goodwood, and I'm not sure how I feel about them. I think it's nicer in black with the spoiler. I'm not sure how I feel about them. Yeah. They're just not, so there's something wrong about them. I think it might be that the sides aren't like kind of flat angles. They do this kind of upwards curve, as you can see on the, I think that might be what throws it off for me. I don't hate them, but I also don't like it. Whereas do this. Whereas the Ioniq 5N, I think looks a lot better than the 6N. So the 6N is this one, well, it's the 6, but the 5 looks a bit more kind of like... It has better lines on it. I think the 5N is... The 5N looks fed up because it's stuck behind the other slow cars, because if I recall correctly, this thing is the only electric car that Jeremy Clarkson said he would ever own, and it does 0 to 60 in like 3.3 seconds, and it has fake noises. Let me see if I can find... Thank you for paywalling that. Times. Thank you, archive.today. Yeah, this is the only... I'll link this article. This might work. Someone in chat can tell me if this works. But this is Clarkson's review of the 5N, which is why I think this car is a very interesting one. Oh, perfect. Yeah, you guys have a read of that separately. I'm not going to go through it on stream. Unless Hyundai want to sponsor me, in which case, reach out, guys. Realistically, the 5N is a track car that's basically wearing civilian clothes. Like, the thing was designed to go insanely fast. Like, you don't need a car like that can go 0 to 60 in 3.3 seconds. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do. It was never about need, fair. And so the reason why that is interesting, right, is because that is a so not 3.3, 3.4, 0 to 6, like 0 to 60 car, right? So it is faster than 99% of what you will be coming across on the road on any given day, right? But because it's a Hyundai, the insurance on it is like insanely cheap. It's like half the price of an electric, like electric Ford Mustang, which is, I guess the GT variant would be comparable. It's 5 times less than a Tesla. Madness. There's a couple of reasons for it. So I was talking to a friend about this, and the reason for it is that the on Teslas, and this is something that's quite specific to electric cars. So those of you who don't go electric cars, I apologize. On Teslas, they are built. All of it is built off of the main chassis, as far as I understand it. So if the car is in an accident, and say, you know, the chassis warps even slightly, because the battery is mounted to the whole chassis, the entire car becomes a write-off very, very easily. Even if you've actually taken what is on the outside cosmetic damage, a small amount of internal misalignment could just write the entire car off in one go. To me, feels crazy, but that's one of the reasons why Teslas are quite expensive to insure, apparently. Also, the very, very, very low resale price. Well, it seems like garbage design, but that's one of the reasons why Teslas can be so cheap, for their quality and their speed and the tech in them. Because you have to realign the chassis and you have to do a bunch of changes, like the whole thing, the whole frame they just write it off immediately. It's cheaper and easier to. Which is obviously very interesting when you think about the fact that internal combustion engine cars are completely fundamentally not designed that way. Like, you know, they are designed with crumple zones and all kinds of things. They're designed to take that kind of punishment. That's actually a very weird approach. Whereas the 5N, the Ioniq that we were talking about a minute ago, that insurance is like £700, where a Tesla would be like 3,000, for example. If you look at, if you put, like, you know, the name Audi, BMW, any of that in front of a car for an insurance company, particularly in the UK, you're immediately bumping the price up. But because the name Hyundai is in front of things like the 5N, some of those faster electric cars, you basically fall into this nice little loophole area of insurance where, oh, it's just a fast variant of the other things that they offer in their lines. But I'll be honest with you, Classic Buster, from what I've seen, you do not get 300 miles of range out of that vehicle. I was speaking to somebody who has one, and they say when they drive it the way that you would want to drive it, you'll probably get 200 miles out of it. If you drive it in eco, and you're the most eco-friendly with it, you'll probably get about 240 to 280. 300 is an absolute no. The guy who I was speaking to who owns one said that basically, like, if he runs it in N mode, which is the fast, kind of very responsive, kind of speed mode, if he's having some fun, he will normally get about 2 miles per kilowatt if it's got hills, or because the UK, you don't get to go up to one speed and sit level for a long period of time. So in the UK, he finds that because of all the twists and turns and the ups and downs, he normally averages about 2 miles per kilowatt, and it's an 80 kilowatt battery. So, you know, he's probably doing about 170, 180 in that. But, you know, from where I am, Middlesbrough is 180 miles away. So, like, how often am I driving all the way, like, up north of the UK all the way to Middlesbrough? I'm not. If I am doing that, why would I not stop on the way with my back problem and, like, stretch my legs? It's actually healthier to do it that way. So I guess that what I found with, at least with the electric car I've got now, is, like, stopping to charge, I actually, like, stretch my back, I actually, like, look after myself. Googly-eyed beast, you're in purgatory. There we go, I've freed you. You've been set free. Solid-state batteries are very interesting, yeah. That's likely true. Classic Buster probably is underestimating it, but I would be honest, like, it's only an 80 kilowatt battery where most, the only thing that holds me back from the 5N would always be the battery, because it's an 80 kilowatt battery where if you're driving it fast, you might do, you know, we'll call it 200 miles just to be, you know, conservative and be kind of fair to the car. a lot of people are looking for more than 200 miles of range from their car, even though they don't necessarily need that frequently. That can be a very much deciding factor for electric cars still. The 5N, as far as I understand it, is heavy. The 7 hours of drive time without a break is actually pretty bad for you. So, but yeah, see, 950 kilometers is going to be 500 and... just shy of 600 miles? Let's see. 590 miles, there we go, nice. That's just have only one 5-minute break in that is actually that's not good for you. That's genuinely, from a musculoskeletal point of view, bad, like real bad. Ham, so here's the interesting thing. An electric car is actually not that efficient for city driving. It's just not, you're not going to notice that lack of efficiency because of the short distances that you're driving. Because you're constantly stopping, starting, braking, going, you're accelerating. That's actually going to drain the battery faster. You'll have net less range. It just won't matter as much for a city. But I have found that despite some of the fear of like the range fear, because the driving I do is generally I'll do stints where I'll go visit a friend and it'll be like, you know, 150 miles away. Well, that's a couple of hours of driving for me. I'm fine, not a problem. But like, I genuinely, the range fear shouldn't be as much of a thing if you're in the UK, at least, because you think about how long you actually drive every day without a break. How many of you, some of you will commute a long way, some of you will be long distance drivers, some of you will have jobs where you do have to do a lot of driving. But how many people in chat actually drive 100 miles a day in the UK? Or even in Europe? In the US, I know it's very different. That's a normal commute for some people in the US, which is very horrifying. But you have to remember, the UK is much smaller. We are small compared to, yeah, Australia as well, very, very large. Jaffro, what do you do that requires you to drive what must be 5 hours, 6 hours a day? Because that is likely work-related driving, I would assume. 20 a day in the EU. 100 a day, city drive. Yep, yeah. To be honest with you, most of the Uber drivers that I see, every single car that you're seeing inside London for Uber is an electric vehicle. Like, efficient. Yeah, I very much appreciate that inside Australia and the US, you guys have a very different culture around travel and commuting because of the nature of the space that's there. The idea of commuting, you know, 100 miles is insane in the UK, because to commute 100 miles in the UK, you're likely traveling 3 hours each way during rush hour. And that's probably a conservative estimate. It's more about time in the UK for the transition that you would do commuting rather than the distance. 250 mile each jet. Yep. Yeah, it breathes with electric. Don't something of 2 or 3 hours, 15-minute break to grab a coffee. Range anxiety. I would agree with you. Range anxiety has probably been the thing that I've been getting used to since I got my new car in April. But actually, I'm coming to really value the stops where I charge and I get to sit in my car. I can do like, my favorite thing is being able to, after about 2 hours, I can just basically like logging in on my phone to all of Discord, you know, look at all the Telegram chats, you know, with the mod team. I can keep an eye on people's HR rooms. I can just answer some DMs. I can do an awful lot of the work just from my car and do like the kind of the maintenance of the community while I'm waiting for my car to charge, which is actually really nice from a work perspective, because I tend to work in bursts for that anyway. Because I don't need to be watching Reddit 24/7, but I should check it every few hours. Like, you know, I've now been live for, 2 hours, and I was working on the computer for an hour before. So now is a good chance for me to go over to Reddit and just have a quick check and make sure that no one's there posting pictures of their butts. Here you go. Here's someone to ban. Harassment. Yeah, Little Ham, your daily commute seems awful. So there's more chuckle fucks on Reddit than expected. It's because there's a new thread and they all come out in droves, which means I get to reap their souls. Somebody complaining that they don't like that we remove when people come in and spam various comments over and over again. They don't like that we add it to banned terms. They disagree with having banned terms, apparently, chat. Ooh. They've come in and spammed "Ghost is out of mana" several thousand times. How dare they put that as a filtered term, a free speech. You think it's okay to make jokes about someone's dead pets? Go and fuck yourself. My freedom. I'm fairly sure there's a brand in the UK that was called Freedom. DERM. Did it have geese in it? Yeah, was. Yeah. Freedom. Oh yeah, he's doing little twitchies. He's hunting in his sleep. What did Dune push to the PTC this time? For When Sam was probably during any of its animations will now result in death or vehicle destruction. That's silly. Fine. I bought some paints and some paintbrushes recently, Cthulhu Lord. Yes. To get back into so I have a I've got a reminder on my phone. Hang on, let me just do this before I forget. I need to go to the Henry Morgan server. We go to the Dune Discord server and give them some information. Ask for help.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And then Balthazar. Not Balthazar. Balthazar was the one. Balthazar, did you report one? Why do I have that? Oh no, Baron Bart, not Balthazar, sorry. Bartholomew Roberts is 090. There you go. You can't do anything with that. That's the servers that you connect to. I've just saved down the IP, so if someone says if I want to direct connect. So this is all public available information. There's nothing here that's that bad. Like, everything's fine now for that. I've changed the passwords on that anyway. That's the old passwords. So it's literally just the numbers. Yeah. Bartholomew Roberts, also no tax. I think people might be seeing taxes from deep desert bases and being like, why am I seeing taxes? Because remember, the deep desert is separate. We can't, but you never have to pay deep desert ones. Those are the old passwords for the top two, at least.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I mean, it's difficult. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about the people who are seeing taxes. I'm gonna have to wait and see what happens after next week's reset. Basically, the next week's reset. Should be a week on Monday. Yeah, I would say pay them off for now. If you're still playing and engaged in the game, then that's, you know, fine. But as far as I don't tell from the testing, you shouldn't have accumulated any more of them. I'm not sure why that you would have done.
Sector weather alert.
Have I seen the most recent patch notes of PTR? I'm on their Discord server. Let me go and have a look. Will a base get destroyed if your power runs out onto the deep desert? Yes, if your power runs out onto the deep desert, the sandstorms will start damaging your base. I'm very glad, El Caro. I remember hearing Burn Butcher Burn, obviously when the TV show came out with it, right? But it just didn't go hard enough. You know, like when a song, you just want a song to just... It just hits better. I don't know how to describe it any other way. I mean, it's a heating pad, but it's off. So right now it's just a comfy blanket for him. But during winter I normally keep it on about 21 Celsius, so like 70 Fahrenheit, so that he always has somewhere he can come and lie down and warm up. How soft are the paws? I mean, he's quite old, so the skin on the pads is reasonably tough. He is an outside cat, remember that. But like his paws are very soft. The lasgun, yeah, I use the lasgun quite a lot. The lasgun's very good for countering any flamethrowers. It's very good against PvP encounters in the deep desert. The lasgun's a solid choice. I like carrying it all the time. Book, I've said this already on stream, but the changes were all made on every server before the tax period changed. So I don't know why you are seeing what you are seeing. I'm telling you, there's nothing I can do on my end. There is... We are just going to have to wait and see till the end of the payment period what happens. There's not much I can do about it. How soft? No, the kitten belly is very soft. It's the softest of bellies. Yeah, the assault ornithopter is a bit of a boat to the person who asked. Scraver, I think it was. It needs to be faster, it needs to be more efficient. It's not currently a good vehicle, it's basically a Ford Transit van. No touching the belly. He lets me touch his belly. I wouldn't do it while he's sleeping, but I touch the belly all the time. He asks me to do the belly pets quite frequently. I get told off if I don't. Is this Stand Atlantic? There you go. Picturesque. I'll be honest with you, the Assault Ornithopter Mark 6 is a significant improvement over the Mark 5, and this thing is still an ugly, heavy boat. When you compare this to the Scout Mark 6, like, it's not even a comparison. Like, this thing sucks in comparison. Oh yes, they haven't. Yeah, some of those interactions with Google Air Beast, like some of the kind of they need to do a bit of a rebuild to fix them interactions, haven't been changed yet. I should just be able to go forward along this ridge line. So this week, I've gone through significantly less probe launches than I have the week before. Which is very strange. I don't quite understand that. Feel free. There's the reason we have the exclamation point song and the exclamation point playlist ones. And it's been a much requested playlist. Apparently, I just add random shit to my playlist that people actually quite likes. Or people have given them to me over time. Fucking hell. All the people who are like, I'm suspicious that Thor is his middle name. I've seen his fucking passport. Ooh, he's lying about his middle name. It's really Gregorius Bananakins. No, it's just his middle name is Thor. It's not that fucking deep, guys. Jesus. It makes me laugh every time. In fact, I wonder. Got the sensor screen off. Okay, good. Now, if I recall correctly, I've saved it as Scrungly Thor. Yeah, there you go. Scrunglythor.png. I'm obviously, for obvious reasons, chat, I'm not going to show you the full thing, but screen share. Go to this, take a screenshot. You can see that I'm taking. Can you see that I'm taking a screenshot? Or is everything freezes for me? Hang on, let's try this again properly. That is literally taken from Thor's passport. So if people want to get upset about it, it makes me laugh every fucking time. Insanity. Oh, it's not even his real middle name. Wild. Does Crohn's have a middle name? Only I take the middle name from each person that I consume and add it to my title, like Cetra the Imperishable. We haven't got time for that on this stream. The American passport is incredibly American. The first time I saw it, I genuinely thought Thor had sent me something fake because I was like, there is no way that you have like an eagle and a We the People and a fucking like wheat on it. The presidential seat. It's so American that it makes me feel slightly unwell. Silas, I've set you free from purgatory where you appear to have been trapped. $100 unbans a day. 1 TS violation. So from the 1800 that we did 300 of them on stream, and then like I went and basically bossed them all out in one evening because I wanted them to be done. Inside that, I've received 211 confirmation that Twitch has actioned those reports. So just from that batch alone, I got 214 middle names. Even I don't know what they are anymore. I've lost track. Previously, I used just a random email address from somewhere else to basically have all of my Twitch communications go to and from it, because literally the only thing I would have is on it is Twitch stuff. But now I need to have my Twitch one tied to one that's like actually a sensible email address because I'm now a partner and stuff. So that's just one thread on the subreddit cleared out. Let's go and make sure there's no more. There isn't, thankfully, on that one. Let's go check Heartbound. Okay. Well reminded, Arm. Yeah, every time one of them is consumed, another clone is born. Yeah. We shunt it out into the wider timeline, because otherwise we'd get a, you know, a huge, like, overpopulation in this timeline. And now all I get to smell for the next hour is fucking pseudocrim. No, not eczema, tattoo. Reterm. Wait, you have a Statue of Liberty on your passport? Is it different depending on where in the US you get your passport, maybe? Or did they change it in a few years ago? Don't know how old they are. It was like an international scandal, you know, for us in Britain when they changed our passport colors and design. Point I get. It just says GG. It's just on my arm. It's basically just like a reminder that, for those of you who don't know, when I was 12, my back was the first time my back went, and I was no longer able to take part in the football and the rugby that I did before. So I switched to swimming, and the other thing that was on the evening that I would do rugby was chess. So I would do chess at school instead. And that was really interesting for me at that age, because I switched from a game where you are basically constantly in like a reactive kind of go mode to a game where you play a long-term strategy, and you are playing the player, not playing the game or a team. And at the end of it, no matter whether you won, lost, that's the end of it. You shake hands, you say good game, and that's it, right? So whereas the captains would say good game, you know, you say it to the other team, it didn't really sink into me until I was doing it during chess. And then obviously that applies into, you know, gaming as a whole, because it's not only when you win, it's also when you lose, but it's also reminding you that it is just a fucking game. So like the toxicity, the competition, like the making it us versus them because it's a competition in a game, the fucking game. Say GG and move on. But it's to remind me to basically, you know, keep my sportsmanship, stay reasonable. It's also short for Gossip Girl, which is a fun one. I know people have been submitting various ideas for what else it could stand for, so, you know, I appreciate all the suggestions. Yeah. Golly gosh. Gamer guy, true. Gamer guy or gamer girl. I can switch between two of them now. It's 2025. I can send it to Barjo. I should send it to Barjo. When it's healed, I'll send it to Barjo. Gangster Ginger. Yes, I meet those requirements. Actually, my hair does look remarkably red in this light. I reckon I could rock being ginger. Although that would be two sources of not having a soul. I might collapse the universe. Being, you know, a lawyer and also ginger could probably cause problems. I'll have to speak to the council. You know, with the both letters capitalized. And British, true. Very true. Triple threat. That in hell is what they refer to as a triple threat, yeah. Oh yeah, we're like negative 3,000 or 4,000, yeah. I've always said that, you know, if I can't guarantee that I'm going to heaven and heaven and hell as well, then I might as well make sure there's a throne waiting for me in hell, right? Gigantic genocide. Thank you for that, Caraday. I appreciate that. You meant to type that into Google, not into Twitch chat, just so you know. It's okay. I can remove the message if you'd like, so that it doesn't show up for everyone. I mean, some people will remember it, but we could delete it for posterity if you want, Caraday. Yeah, this isn't Google search. Sorry. Gold. Thank you for that, Caraday. I enjoyed that joke. Did I hear about Sony suing Tencent? What are Sony suing Tencent over this time? That was Cut to the Feeling by Carly Rae Jepsen, I believe. That I was listening to a second ago. Sony have sued Tencent for existing. Fair. Tencent copied Horizon Zero Dawn. Ooh. Salty copy, that's just paying it forward. You supported them when they needed it. Now they'll support you when you need it. Like that's how friendship works. That's I would need to see the actual wording of the suit to work out what's going on, to be honest. I'd like to see the wording of the lawsuit. If anyone's got a link. Subs, you can post it. If you're a non-sub, you'll need to ask for a permit. So just ask me and I can permit you to send the link. Is that in the shade? Here we go. Light of Motoram features identical gameplay, story themes, and artistic elements to Horizon, as well as many other similarities. Video game journalists have characterized it as a knockoff, unspecified monetary damages, and an injunction preventing it from violating IP rights. Well, there's no monetary damages if the game hasn't been released yet. If the game has been released, then that could be a problem. Interesting. Very interesting. Has Light of Motoram been released yet? Thank you, Lobster, by the way. That's a very helpful way of providing that. Niche, I've set you free from purgatory. Completely reset your brain, bro. I'm sorry if I've changed your brain chemistry, Caraday. Thank you, Sabu. I'd be interested on knowing what Sony considers their damages to be from an unreleased game. No, I haven't gone through the PTR patch notes yet. We'll be going through those soon. I've got them open on my other screen. Just realized that I haven't looked at YouTube and I feel bad for them. Let me go and check YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. I need to merge my chats somehow. Yeah, there's probably... Thor will be able to tell me how to do it. He does it, so... I'll ask Thor about it in the end of his couple of weeks off. Or if he does send me any questions or anything for work, I'll just be like, hey, by the way, how do I merge my chats? Leverage other stream. Any new changes in Dune? We are about to go through the public test client changes to see what they're proposing to do there. I've heard there's some controversial things in it, so I'm excited. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of Tencent, but like, I'm really not a big fan of Sony, so I guess here I don't care who wins. It's shitty either way. Stop stealing fucking... I think legally Sony sounds like they're in the right, but also at the same time I don't like it, so I'm just gonna... Oh no, a Thopter graveyard. Do anything about the company LexisNexis in the legal field? I've used LexisNexis for years. Yeah, LexisNexis is a pretty large legal repository. Generally pretty good. You're joining as a developer. I mean, first of all, congratulations. I know it's not easy to get developer jobs in, you know, various fields right now, so glad to hear it. Congratulations on the new role. But yeah, Lexis is a very useful resource, one that I've used a lot of. He uses StreamerBot for combining both chats. But StreamerBot reads chat messages and then outputs it to a feed of some kind, maybe a doc. I don't know. I'm going to speak to those of you who may or may not know Greggles from where I've raided him. Greggles is another streamer here on Twitch. He does drumming and other cool stuff, but he's involved with a company which is called Atom, which do kind of another StreamerBot variant. He's going to show me on Saturday how some of that stuff works. I'm quite excited to see it because I'll be honest with you, I'm awful at learning how to use these tools. I don't have great documentation because while in my teams for work, I was the most IT aware person. Yeah, while I was the most IT aware person just in kind of the legal teams, that's a low bar for quite a lot of people I was working with. Most of them are the I mean, I'll give you an idea. One of my managers most recently was the kind of manager who would draw out a PowerPoint and say, hey, I was thinking about a PowerPoint that looks something like this. Please, could you put it together for me? And she would just hand me a piece of A4 paper. So, like, it's not the highest bar. I can fix issues from my PC, and I can deal with, you know, motherboards, BIOS, all kinds of stuff, but, like, when it comes to actual programs where you have to end up writing stuff for, like, that, where it comes to doing that kind of programming or work of any kind, my brain just gets bored and wanders off. Whoop. Well, with this manager, 50s, there's not really any excuse for it. Late 40s, early 50s. Unfortunately, one of my skills seems to be diagnosing hardware issues, yes. Sometimes my issue is causing hardware issues, though, which I think we've all been in that position. Here's a good example. Yesterday, when we were doing the AIO, I was like, we've got 4 of these riser screws, so this should be fine. We got all the way through it, and I was like, doesn't feel right when I put the AIO on. Because they were Intel riser screws, standard screws, rather than AMD ones. And there's about 2mm difference in the height of those two. Helpful. Can you run a problem with your new PC by me? You can, but just be aware that there's only so much that one can understand about a PC problem remotely. And from the way that... The other thing that you have to remember is when you are having an issue and you are describing someone something, and this is why, chat, it's so difficult to help out like your grandparents when they've got PC issues. When someone describes a problem to you, they are describing how they specifically are experiencing an issue. They are not describing the issue objectively or how you would experience the issue. So when you say, oh, you know, go to the X in the top right, that means something to you that might not be meant to someone else. So you have to think about how that information is conveyed. So it might not be possible for me to diagnose the issue based on your individual description because of how you experience that issue. That's not necessarily true of just any kind of problem on a computer, but that's true of pretty much any communication about something. Even when someone's talking to you about like a situation, they are explaining how they experienced it, and they are conveying it in a way that makes sense to them and their experience, not your experience most of the time. You need to find the people, like, people are different as to whether they will explain from your position or from their position. It's probably not a great idea to cool your PC with raspberry jelly. Let me just have a look at what the issue was. Ooh, excuse me. Butterscotch Angel Delight is no better. It runs too liquid when it gets warm. Yeah, it's I dislike how it's become the norm to just be completely inept at anything IT related in the office and just be like, oh, it's okay, IT will do it for me. I disagree with that fundamentally. You should have a basic level of understanding with computers to try and fix low-level issues yourself. Anything that relates to powers that IT should specifically have, you know, administrative access, restoring of deleted files from, you know, backups and that kind of thing. Those kind of activities are what IT should be used for. The people who just are basically accepting their own inadequacy with computers because they can just pass off the responsibility to an IT help desk or team. It's like having a car and not knowing at least a small amount about how it works. Like, you should know what the things on your car do, and if something goes wrong, you need to know how to deal with it at the time. So, what's the discussion about? We're talking about how some of my co-workers in the past have been very IT unaware, and I don't think it's, in this day and age, a reasonable thing to not know anything at all about the computers that you work on every single damn day. People are like, oh, you're younger, your generation knows PCs or knows computers better than mine does, so can you do this for me? Is ageism. So boots up into Windows fine, no errors in the event log. There's a green screened 3 to 4 times when you're sitting with the Steam client. Motherboard has a 0.8 error booting up Dune, causes Dune to freeze on the warning screen about seizures. Task manager starts locking up. Nothing in event viewer, and it just locks up. How does your PC run if you don't run with a GPU in it and you just run a one monitor off of the motherboard? Zidane. Well, thank you, Small Mite. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Yeah, so basically I'm wanting to test whether it's the graphics card that's causing the issue. That sounds like a graphical issue of some kind. You can basically rule out the graphics card first. That would be the first step that I would run. Because if it works fine without the graphics card in, then it could be things like power draw. It could be just the graphics card isn't properly seated. It could be driver problems. It could just be a silicon lottery problem. If the computer is booting up fine and you're not seeing problems like the DRAM light on, I wouldn't necessarily go to RAM being the first issue on that one. Because you're saying that it's starting to have issues when you start... the fact that it starts to run issues when you load up things like Dune is suspicious to me. It's only when you put your PC under what I would consider graphical load that you seem to be having a problem. But if you're seeing stuttering outside of games, like I said, I would try disconnecting the graphics card's power and just from the slot. Because like GPUs and RAM are generally fairly easy things to just test just by unseating them and just like fixing them. So I would normally say start with RAM and GPU and then go down the more difficult parts from there, really. Yeah, Mirror, but that's this is the point. Everyone who has PC issues will look at this differently. Some of you say we'll do your RAM first. Some of you will check the hard drives first. All of us will have a different approach on this based on the issues we've encountered in the past and where we've seen those problems. Like, so as long as it's not something that's objectively wrong, saying no, don't check that, it is largely down to opinion. A good temperature range for your CPU, GPU, and main board, that depends on the parts you're running, the area of your house. Realistically, if your computer is not thermally cutting out, you'll get pretty much the main use out of your parts. Like, PC parts are far more hardware these days generally than they used to be because of the nature of, manufacturing improvements and the quality improvements needed over the years. You can run a GPU at 80 degrees Celsius or a CPU at 80 degrees Celsius, and it's not going to appreciably change the life on that item. So it depends. But again, generally the lower temperature the better. So that's that is a thing. quickly land for a second while I see if I can change a PC setting I need to change. If I put system info, hmm. When is that? Oh, thank you very much, Sabu. That's massively appreciated. Becca, welcome on in. How are you doing, bud? I think that's right. Hello. Hello. Look at this little awake cat. And if you guys have this happen, PC breaking by tomorrow at work like normal, intermittent issues normally come back. If it's working fine, that issue will have been caused by something, most likely. If a restart didn't fix it the first time, there's no reason necessarily the next day should be different. I'm having to use the camera to see where I'm petting him, because I can't see it, because there's a cat bed in the way. He's just a big sleepy baby. He's rumbling away. I can feel it when I'm petting him. Yes, sir, I am using Celsius. He's a good goober. Yeah, he's a big goober. You did a good job of not waking me up today, though, B. I'm very pleased. That's the coolant temperature. I just need to add in a widget for my CPU temperature. But... Wow. The voltage... widget. Pump RPM. I thought the CPU temp would have been more easily accessible than this. Where am I looking for my CPU temperature? Here's my brainers. Show me temperature on the board. Why are you not showing me temperature? There we go. Temperatures. Yeah, my CPU average is sitting at 63% under load here. I'm not massively concerned. I'm just trying to find a widget because I'd like to be able to have it directly available in front of me. The RAM. One second, chat, sorry. Here we go. CPU. Done. Found. It's just that the reason I couldn't find it is because apparently it's saved under the word package rather than anything helpful. Nice, okay. Really? You've just done a bit of a squiggle and okay. What's he reaching for? No, he just wants to have his back against things because he likes having his back against the wall. He's just a long cat. We all know that he's a silly little beanling. He does like belly rubs, but I won't give him them while he's sleeping because he's not asking for them, if that makes sense. When he wants pets, he lets me know. When he doesn't want pets, I don't tend to go up and ask him. You heard the word pets? Ah, he's got a scritch that he needs to itch, that's why. Your desk resonates when Thor speaks. I mean, that's kind of horrifying. Yeah, so I'll do this, and you'll see if he wants it. You want pets? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Who's a lovely baby? Yeah. My Raylia unfortunately hasn't been able to get the emotes finished before they've gone on a holiday, so it is going to be a couple of weeks, chat, just so you know. There we go, I'll let you sleep. I've got IQ to start showing the sensors again, it's fine. I can see that my CPU temp is at 68, CPU is at 58%, GPU is at 63% load with a 56% temp. So the inside of my PC temps are very, very nice. We are still, I haven't heard, this one. I have not yet heard back from Funcom because the people who would normally deal with it are on their annual leave at the end of basically the last couple of weeks of July. So I'm in no rush. We will hear from them when we hear from them. In the meantime, we're not playing a lot of Dune, so we're just going to coming on doing the weekly scanning, kind of getting some levels, making sure that the server is still in a good kind of condition. We're in no big rush, you know, in Dune. We're just going to leave them to let the game cook. Right, I've got them. Managed to get it sorted. We are good. Exactly. You know, it's important that devs get some time off, especially after launch when they've been pushing for such a long time. So I'm not in a rush. I'm not chasing them. I asked if they had an update. I don't mind if they haven't. Hello, Miss Cthulhu. Thank you very much for the raid of 103 viewers. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you. Also, lovely to see Bailey. He's very cute. The raiders get caught. Welcome on in, raiders. I hope you are doing well. Oh, let's hope the raiders get to see the cat before he departs. He's charging. It's normally time that this time of day, he normally goes outside. Welcome on in, raiders. Hope you are doing well. For those of you who don't know, I'm Kronos. I've been streaming here on Twitch for a couple of months now. And we do generally pretty laid back, kind of chill streams. They were doing Dune, then some Rimworld, because apparently I've not got enough of colonialism. Welcome on in. Yes, this accent is real. I'm from Britland. Am I going to follow the Ozzy Osbourne funeral? I'll probably keep an eye on it, but I probably won't, like, actively watch, because, you know, Ozzy Osbourne, great dude. Good example to a lot of people, but like funerals are about personal loss and about moving on from that. So like I don't feel a sense of personal loss in the same way for Ozzy that other people will do. Am I on vacation? No, I'm covering things while Thor is out. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the mod team, making sure they don't, you know, eat too many Gregs, that kind of thing. You thought I was an Aussie? Joke's on you. I'm not from Old Zealand. Too many Greggs. What's that? Greggs is a chain of bakeries in the UK, which is just decidedly not shit. The mods are allowed bread here. Yes, that's fine. They just can't have Greggs while they're on shift. That's my rule here for the mods. After the Greggs riots, we no longer allow the moderators to eat Greggs on shift. Arthur, how dare you suggest it? People lost their lives in the Greggs riots. A man lost an eye. Bardial cut 2 people's eyes out during the Greggs riots. What happened? I can't believe Bardial cut out 2 people's eyes during the Greggs riots. Bardial, it's fine, I changed my mind. Anything for clout. Now I'm a streamer, you understand. I had to leak things like the Greg's Riots information. Because that's content. It's like, you know, when Vicky said that she's the two-screw queen. And I was like, I'm telling everyone that you said that. Bargil, I imagine you needed those eyes in the same way that Rocket needs in the Marvel films, like, needs people's, like, robotic legs. I felt like you just basically want their eyes. Yeah, Vicky just turned to me yesterday and said, hey, the AIO works. I guess you can call me the two-screw queen. Or words to that equivalent. And I looked at her and was like, do you know what you just said? Okay, baby, you're gonna get down. You're gonna go out. Okay, Bubba. Oh yeah, can you love again, love again? Bailey's off Bailey's off for the funeral. All of the cats will get together to mourn the Prince of Darkness. It makes sense. I would believe that cats would show up to Ozzy's funeral. The kind of shit that would happen. You hate me because I'm I'm not wrong. They hated him because he told the truth. I wonder, now B's not in here. I don't know if he'll love this or hate it, but I might put the cat bed at the halfway point between... One second, chat. Sorry about this. We'll see if B likes that. If he hates it, then we could have an issue. Oh, there's ads. Marquise, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. You are always welcome here. Thank you all very much for hanging out. Great seeing you all. We're back after the ads. Me the cold shoulder, me twice over, it's not deserved. Oh God. Does that fit in there? It does. Okay, neat. Hello, welcome back after the ads, everybody. Hope you are doing well. We've nearly finished scanning the deep desert. You know when you're just resizing windows and you need to kind of fit them all so that you can see lots of things all at the same time? I just need to get a bit more efficient with my window placement, I think. I'm still working out what my exact PC needs are and screen needs are based on the stream and like what I'm doing around. How's the desert? So, I mean, we haven't crashed and we haven't lost an ornithopter. So for the deep desert, I think we're doing pretty good. We are nearly done scanning. When we've done scanning, we'll take a look at the overall layout of the map. Have a bit of a look at how the last patch impacted things in terms of new islands. We will then go through the new the new PTR patch notes to discuss what they're proposing on doing. Thing is, if I'm going to get more monitors, we're getting close to the point where I'm going to need a second PC just for running screens and other stuff, because like the more screens you run on a computer, the more load you are running that computer under, right? So an extra screen adds like an extra, 20%, CPU usage, for example, 20% graphical usage in terms of actual like amount that's being shown and doing. And I have to keep a certain level of threshold because there have been times when like bugs in Dune, for example, have taken us to hit 100% GPU usage. So I am not only managing window tiles, but I'm also managing the resources that those tiles use when they are just constantly in use. So it may very well be that the whole kind of second PC thing becomes a thing down the line for when I'm converting my... I'm either going to make like a garden house, or I'm going to convert like a garage and basically turn it into like a streaming... like a soundproof streaming den, for example. Oh dear, no, not this again, not this again. Okay. Has the tax disabling worked on your server? The taxes disabling has worked across all servers that I'm aware of. I don't know why people are still showing that taxes are due, but I've showed the settings menus showing that taxes are lifted in those areas. Deep desert, taxes will still be incurred, and it may very well be that some kind of issue has taken place to the server timings when we've had the jump forwards that meant that calculations done at a different time, but fundamentally taxes should not increase week on week. So tell me in 2 weeks time on Monday, well, tell me a week on Monday what your tax situation looks like, and if you go to 2 overdue rather than 1 overdue, or you go to overdues, then you let me know. But realistically, tax shouldn't be accumulating any further. Yeah, now I understand OBS a little bit more about how it's all working. I can understand the reasoning behind having a streaming PC and an actual like game PC for that stream as being separate machines. Very strongly understand that. a dual streaming like PC stream setup is apparently the norm, but the room I've got, unless I add in a shelf and put the second PC on a shelf above my first PC, there is just no space in here. Or I put the second PC on top of the first PC, but then you end up with heating and airflow issues. You can move it to another room. That sounds like a lot of cable management. And a long HDMI / DisplayPort cable running between the capture card and the main PC. I need to speak to a few people who use... one of the things I want to look at is Gregor's system, because he's running like stuff in different rooms, he's running drums, he's running multiple computers. It'll give me more of an understanding of the tech. Seeing it in person helps, I find, to be honest with you. Understanding other streamers' streaming setups is helping me. Did I ever make a sound? Waving through a window, well, it'll need to be a 40 or 50 series card so it can do AV1 encoding. So, like, that will need to be a thing. So whatever PC it's gonna be, if it's gonna be doing the encoding, it needs to have a card that can encode to the standard that we need it to. Have I heard of the Epic Musical? Someone in chat was talking about the Epic Musical and provided a couple of songs and suggestions list. We'll do some music suggestions later today, by the way. It's on the cards. There's Carpe Diem by Yumi at 6. It is. Have I heard of Mean Girls the musical? I've heard of Mean Girls, but I've not heard of Mean Girls the musical. Your VM workstation. Jeez. The basement with a 10 gig backbone to the... See, that's when you start getting... I'm in a very small room here. I'll be able to expand some of those ideas a bit more. I'll be able to expand some of those a bit more when I've actually got a bit more space and I've got things converted out. The problem, realistically, chat, is it's actually on all of you. I moved into this house being like, okay, well, the house needs a fair bit of work to get to the stage where I want it to be. But I've got time, I'm not too busy, you know, work's reasonably quiet, you know, I'm not doing too much. This is when I was doing my old law job. This was I was moving in the summer of 2023. And then I think we moved in, like, October 2023. We'd finished moving in, like, we'd moved the last stuff out of the old house on, like, the 1st of November 2023. And then, like, 4 days later, I get a message from Thor being like, hey, I know you're midway through moving, but I could really use somebody to step in and help out with moderating. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I check all of my news feeds that I've been looking at for a week, and I was like, oh, fuck. So YouTube Shorts blew up, and then we were like, okay, we could probably do with a bit more, probably do with a bit of support. People like Ham, people like Sophie, Jake, etc. were absolutely invaluable at that time, because we only put the company together like last year, so like it's getting things sorted into an environment which is aligned between corporate stuff that works and none of the corporate culture that we all hate. It was difficult. It took a long time. Yeah, what's you do? My grandson knows. Exactly, yeah, the taxman was funny. That was a funny conversation. Oh, there you go. We scanned the final one and hit level 193. Okay, so the map we have for the week is 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. Okay, well, the B band is just littered with islands. So's the Charlie band. Okay, they've drastically increased the number of islands in the early game. Like, look at all of that. You basically have the lower area of E, a little bit quiet in the center. You know, a couple of islands down here, but like, that's a lot of islands in the deep desert. And there's much less in the deeper parts of it. I managed to miss one, for fuck's sake. There's always one. There's always one. You switched to an official server so we can confirm those are all populated. Oh, did you, Ruak? How is the, how have you found the official service? Oh, hi, Vicky. New merchant coming, 2 Screw Queen. Perfect. Blah, 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 screw. The fanfare of the 2 Screw Queen is is, I think, how you pronounce it. Hey, Avis, congratulations on submitting your Game Jam game. Good job. Proud of you. I may play some of them on my stream. We'll see. How do you find prompter settings, Vicky? You go into your camera hub. Inside the Elgato camera hub. And it's the 3rd tab at the top left. It'll look like this. I would advise having 2 for yourself because when one does crash, which is like once a week, it just seems to lose track. You can literally just click the other one and it'll immediately switch rather than having to delete it and re-enter it. In the same way that Twitch, when you're in Twitch chat in browser, sometimes it will just disconnect. Sometimes the IRC client will disconnect from the teleprompter because Twitch is classic. So having 2 of those just means you can basically just call, if you can force it to refresh very quickly. That's why I do keep a separate chat version down here, that side. And I can see YouTube over there. They did make it so the PvE area isn't just a flat sandbox, yes. Well, I mean, it's still a sandbox, but a different type of sandbox, I guess. Yeah, Vicky's got on board the teleprompter train. So Vicky's not got a 4K Elgato camera. Vicky's got a cool, like, proper camera behind it. Tomorrow, thank you very much for your sub at tier 1, buddy. You are awesome. You are appreciated. Welcome on in. Your first month as a subscriber. Thanks for being here, buddy. I appreciate you, and I'm glad you enjoyed the content enough to sub. Vicky, I've seen what you do. You don't lack content. You're just being hard on yourself. Stop it. Stop being mean about my friend. Vicky doesn't have the attention span to stare deep into the souls. Wow. Called out. Accurate, though. I'm surprised I've got the attention span, to be honest. It's mostly because chat doesn't move, then I don't look at it. And then I forget. Vicky was giving me the tools of the trade for making things like short form content and stuff, so at some point when I have the energy slash mental space, I can become a real content creator where I don't just like stream on Twitch making memes. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, Vicky is an awesome creator here on Twitch. I'm going to give her a shout out so you guys can get the link. Vicky is really cool. Go press the little heart at the top there, the screen. We met Vicky at TwitchCon. We bonded over the fact that we were playing when we were talking about Pokemon Go, and yeah, I've now been down to visit Vicky a couple times. Her cat Suki is very cute. So you can catch her out on Blue Sky. She's on the date. She's part of the Daily Baileys now. She's been on there twice. But yeah, Vicky, 100% worth giving it a follow to. It's chaos, but it's positive chaos. It's the right kind of energy. Vicky will call you, like, will call someone out if they're being a dickhead. The reason, like, as I knew I liked Vicky for sure as a person when she sent me a DM being like, "Hey, I'm being cancelled on Twitter. What's going on?" Vicky was getting cancelled for calling out someone who's being fucking racist. If you're gonna get like that community hunting you down because they've been racist, like, you deserve all the support. Like, not a lot of people have the strength of character to call out that kind of shitty behavior, especially in the position that Vicky was in. So, W Vicky, go and give her a follow. She's well worth it. Also, you'll very quickly find out that when I met Vicky at TwitchCon and I saw her walking around the TwitchCon floor doing some IRL streaming, I started describing to people that, to be honest with you, the way I would describe Vicky is like the way that chat is and winds up a streamer. Vicky does that to chat. So she's like, chat's chat. And it's very, very funny. But in her own chat just make fun of her, which is even funnier. Oh, actually, Vicky, I did have a question for you, and it is kind of make or break for our friendship, so just be aware of how you answer that one. When we went to McDonald's at like 2 a.m. in the Netherlands, were you one of the people who had never tried the sweet curry sauce before from McDonald's? Or was that just the Americans? I didn't tell chat that I showed up with an axe and a machete to do your gardening for you, no. I probably could have mentioned that one, though. Yeah, I drove like, 300 miles with an axe and a machete in the back of the car. Right now. Just the Americans. Okay, I was going to say, like, if as a British person you hadn't had the sweet curry sauce, I would have been disappointed. Was it Hotel 8 or was it Hotel 9 the Ringmouth was in? Might have been Golf 9. I might have been wrong with Hotel 8. Sorry, I think it was Vasil. Maybe someone else. Cat sent you 3 more sets. Oh no. I just went past the Ringmouth. Yeah, I went past one that isn't live. Although I'm going to check Golf 9 quickly. Don't mind if I do check this one out. Wait, what? Tim Hortons sells burgers in the... What does Tim Hortons sell in the US then, if that's horrifying? I could have sworn I saw a ring mouth around here somewhat. There is one. There you go. It's on the border of Hotel 9, Golf 8. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. I'm a what, 177 away from the 10k. Oh, the idea of having 10k followers on Twitch is weird. It's not in Hotel 8. It's in the edge of Golf 8 and Golf 9. There's a little angry boy over here. Somebody's here with a sand crawler, though. Someone's been doing donuts with it. Would you tell me that this was worth it? Bones of mine. Spice. Worse and worse. We will get there. 10,000 followers is kind of a horrifyingly terrifying number, but hey, we'll deal. It'll be fun. Imposter what syndrome? Huh? Who? Imposter who? What's a big wormy butt? Oh no, another celebration lunch. How awful. Oh. Hello, Tibbet Snow. I'm doing good, thank you, buddy. How are you doing? Lovely seeing you all here today. Hope you're all doing well. Lovely Wednesday. The day of Odin. Unbanned bingo. There will be no unbanned bingo. While Thor is on holiday, I'm taking, like, all the pirate software stuff is basically being done on minimal coverage because it's not fair. Like, I'm not going to be doing basically that kind of company work on the side. There won't be that many unbanned requests because there's no streams. And we also have the whole point that, like, if people ask how Thor is, I'm not necessarily going to answer because if he's talking to me, it's going to be as a friend while he's on time off, not in a work responsibility point of view. So this week I'm Kronos the streamer, who might occasionally have to do a little bit of work on the side, you know, because their job requires it of them. Yeah. So if I'm doing unbanned requests and stuff, Thor won't necessarily like. He will likely keep an eye on the stream, keep an eye on things. He doesn't need to do that. My Raylia has given me the drafts of the emotes, but my Raylia is away on vacation. So they're away till the 18th now, so they didn't get ours done before then. So we're gonna wait for my Raylia ones. The other ones, I will ask Forrest, I guess. Any Bitcraft today? No, there'll be no Bitcraft today. Why is everyone so skittish? What's going on? I think everyone just left at the same time. It's kind of weird. Oh my god, it's Baron Thorconen's here. Wait, no. It's Duke Thortrades instead. No, my bad. A moment. I'm looking at my own UI. You saw the ringmouth sand move? I'm not getting any of the alerts for it, so... Or the sound, or the panning out, or anything like that. Well, no, once we finish doing this harvesting, and we've gone to, the deep the last bit of the details we need to get to, we will be doing the once we're leaving the deep desert, we'll do the PTR patch notes and we'll have a discuss of some of those. And then we'll likely move on to doing some Rimworld because, you know, colonies and planets. I'm going to go React streamer. I mean, I've got maybe 2026 I'll do React streaming. Maybe that's my calling for. Bam bam bam. Always been this glam. I was a drab little crab once. What a great song. There should be more songs about crabs. Kinda. Now he's having trouble with his look. A little semi-mini guard. Get it. What? Ooh, what did I buy from Thought to get the best return? You mean what gives the best return on the platform of Twitch? Yeah, bits at a large purchased amount. The return that one would get from purchasing bits is the most efficient if you're in the US. Actually, if you're in the UK, it's not. You've seen the context, though. You're only coming here to cry because Thor's not online and it's nearly US time zone. I know how it is. Don't worry. It's okay. You don't have to be so mad. We have this for that. So the way the bits work is when you buy bits and give them to a streamer, you get $1 per 100 bits. They are basically like they're basically 1 cent. So once you've got the bits, it's always a set payout to the streamer. So you know how much the streamer's going to get when you're giving a cheer for bits, right? Because you've already paid the Twitch cut up front. Whereas with subs, it doesn't work quite the same way. Thank you, I think, Hadonite? I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. I'm going to take it as a compliment. Vajin, why are you upset? Are you upset because you're in purgatory? You've been freed from purgatory, Vajin. Dun, 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 dun. Thanks, Sugo. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Blue Superman, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Very fun of you. Without you. Nope, this is the Atreides Thopter with the Harkonnen paint. Programmer's Port, I remember you saying you lost your job. I'm very pleased to hear that you've got an interview on Friday, buddy. Congratulations. Good job. Honestly, getting the interview is half the battle. Once you're in the door, you know, they're invested in you. All you can do is your best at that point. So, you know, you've got the opportunity. I'm really pleased to hear it, bud. Congratulations. Good luck with it. And yeah, let us know how it goes, buddy. Really pleased to hear it, man. Is it a job you're excited for? Do you find the role exciting or enjoyable at all? Is it? Some people find, you know, roles exciting because they'll be a challenge or new to them. Some people just think of it as a job. It's very different, and I always like to ask to find out roughly where people feel in like terms of camps, because it's very different working environment for people. Tibbets, no, you shouldn't break a leg at the interview. Normally that becomes a health and safety issue. They might give you a job because they feel bad about breaking your leg, but maybe don't rely on that. Maybe just interview instead. That's not going to fire a probe, is it? Trying to fire a probe with my compactor. 10 out of 10. Paying attention. Honestly, Steel Generation, office managers are one of the most underrated roles inside of a large office that I've seen across the years. There's a very distinct difference between somebody who just like does receptionist work and an office manager. And functionally, a good office manager can make or break a business. I've had the blessing to work with a couple of really good office managers in my time, and some of them have been fantastic people. Sorry to hear that, so Generation. It's always difficult when that happens. But culture changes over time inside companies. That's the one thing you have to remember, is that, like, culture is always evolving and it will not stay the same forever. That's why you should, move with your feet when you're no longer happy. Like, just don't hold out for what the culture used to be if the culture has changed. If you know it's not going back, deep down, you have to kind of act on that. Jazz Maggot, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You are awesome. Welcome on in, bud. Thank you for sticking around. Appreciate all of you. At the end of the day, Programmer Sport, Thor is exactly right when he says that keep doing your day job, while you learn those skills. I kept doing my day job while I learned moderation more on the side and got more experience, and eventually it became something I was lucky enough to switch to full time. But like, a rollover job isn't a bad thing. Like, you'll get where you want to eventually, and just using that time to just bring in money and then using it to get more experience is fantastic. So I'm very glad to hear that you've got an interview coming up, bud. Great. Everyone's mopey about office culture. Why don't we stop following the dumb culture? Because often you are, as an employee, you are often tied to the culture of the place you are employed by. You don't have the choice of changing that. That's not something that you can change and stop following. You'll lose your job for that. People rely on their jobs, and the volatility of the job market means people aren't inclined to hold out against, shitty culture. People need a job to survive. It's not a matter of you choose to have a job. We don't have that luxury. So we are forced into shitty cultures because you need to be able to live. I've done a few big stretches. I just hydrated. I've been hydrating throughout. I've got this. And you have different layers of culture. I think that's the important thing to remember. You'll have your, your team culture. You might have your, your location culture, and you might have the overall company culture. They might look very different. A lot of people don't get involved at all in company culture at the highest level. They don't really care that much about what the company is doing outside of where it touches them, because they're just burnt out on stuff. But you generally find that a company with better internal culture does maintain the good staff better. So if a company has lots of good staff who have been around for a long time, generally you can trust that they've got a bit of a better culture. If they've got lots of good staff who are new, they've just gone through a big kind of hiring phase to bring on new talent. Why do they lack that talent? That's something to find out. If they have lots of staff who've been there for a long time but aren't good, that likely means that the real talent haven't been paid well enough or haven't been kept engaged enough to be valued, and therefore have chosen not to stay, so they've moved on. And if you end up with a company where you've got lots of turnover and no one's particularly good, then it's a management problem. as management are hiring the wrong people. Normally, that also comes down to people not being paid well enough to do the job. Because you're not getting the right people, they need more payment to do the work they're being asked of. It's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but that's largely the way those four sit. It's one of the reasons why I normally ask anywhere where I'm interviewing, when it comes to questions, I ask what the kind of the service time of all the members of the team are, because it will tell you quite a lot about that team's culture just off of some inferences and the way they answer the question. Thanks, Sugu. I appreciate you. I've been through a few jobs. I've dealt with a lot of different teams and corporate environments. One of the things I've had the advantage of doing is because being part of merger work, you'll travel throughout basically various areas of the business, providing merger support across each individual division for that one task. You get to see an awful lot of teams very quickly, and you get to kind of embed yourself for a couple of weeks in each team. You get an awful lot of kind of like quick, rapid exposure to basically like being welcomed into a team and kind of how the teams work together. The thresholds for people at work: 2 years, 5 years, and 7 years. Most people, if there's lots of people who are under 2 years, that's what I would call lots of short-term employees. No one beyond 7, I would say, generally people get tired and kind of push on. They want a change. And if you've got a lot of people around 5, generally you're pretty good. But a lot of 5-year employees is normally a fairly good sign. But you'll see people leave generally around the 2, 5, and 7 year marks. We don't do screaming here, Salted Coffee. Here. Isn't making a joke these days more common to be a fireable offense? It depends on what you mean by making a joke. So making a joke requires a 2-part interaction where the people to whom you are telling the joke need to find it funny in order for it to be a joke. If they don't, then it isn't one. Which is why jokes are really interesting, because they are actually a very conditional form of interaction. So if you've been at a place a long time, but you've been in lots of different teams, that's very interesting. That's very specific to an individual. Normally, because it normally means that you're either multi-talented or you've wanted to get a cross-section of experience, or you've just been promoted through a series of roles. So generally that's individual specific rather than it being a culture. If there's a culture of people being there for 14 plus, 15 years, jumping around, that's a bit of an odd culture. Strange one. If you can only retain staff for a year and a half, you're losing money on staff, because it costs around 5,000 to 7,000 to recruit a member of staff for a long-term kind of role. If you're doing kind of job hiring, the time out of business for employees to do interviews and review things, by the time you spent that money in those man hours doing that every year, you're actually costing a huge amount for every single team member that you don't need to spend, because the work hours count. I'll be honest with you, even a startup should never have everyone does everything. That's not a good way to run a business. One second, let's do one of these. This one. Right, we'll do a wing gamba. $51 to $55. Okay, we've started a wing gamba. So, what percentage are these wings at, do we think? Wing gamba. Oh, the gambling. Quick, the Netherlands are getting upset. Use the gamba system. Ooh. It's in chat. You should be able to click on the little bar at the top of your chat. You're upset in the way out of the percentages, yeah, because I just kind of chucked them in the preset, the one that was most recent. Yeah. If this is the only gamba in which you partake, that's probably a good thing. I also partake in the National Lottery in the UK because that most of the money goes to charitable causes. And if you win, you might get a lot of money. So I get one lucky dip a week. Gambling. Gambling's pretty good, gauge your cromulence. Yep, from now on that's called gambling. I like it. Welcome to the Executive Naming Committee. Whoop. Do a quick test to make sure it didn't go down substantially. I once won £120, I think it was in the lottery. 100 plus some extras. Quite nice. I won 250 in a scratch card when I was 17. I'm like, I think it was like the third one I did. It was definitely a bad example to me. So net up on scratch cards. Okay, so we are going to go to manage prediction. Can I pop this out? Yeah, I can. Look at this. Here we go. Oh, bugger. So most of you think it's either 36 to 40 or 41 to 45. We've got a few people who think it's a little bit higher than that. 4 of you. Very thought only 1,000 points in here. So I can tell you, chat, that the wing durability, the Gamba wing outcome, 46%. So the 13% of you who chose 46 to 50% have won. Congratulations on your Gamba wing. Means that, but hang on, how many of you are there? So among the 14 of you who have won, there are 253,000 channel points coming your way. Pretty damn good. Oh, Casey Rose, it's just standard impersonation. It happens as soon as you're a content creator. Report them to Discord. There's nothing more that we can do than block them. As you can see, I'm here live on stream. I'm not messaging. 10k in for 76k back, so you basically got a 7.6 times return. That's very good. No, wait, I don't empty this. We're rich. Easy, calm, easy. There will always be more channel points. How was the PC build for Vicky? Yeah, it went pretty well. That's not my chest. That's my chest here. Hello, I am Chronos.ai. Send me 1 Bitcoin for a shoutout. I need to make some more health kits. Yeah, Cron.os is expensive. Sorry, I don't make the rules. You make the rules. Why would you make Mark 4s when you can make Mark 6s? Oh, I guess double. Yeah. How do you bribe me for more points? You just watch the stream, and then I'll give you points periodically for watching the stream. Any recent Dune updates and changes? That's what we're about to go through while this is crafting. We've got these. Oh wait, these. Quite bright, isn't it? We'll just do that. So, they're running a test. That's okay. So we can either go that. I'm just gonna go for this one. So they're running a test for 2 weeks. One, colliding ornithopters will get an impulse applied to separate them to mitigate the griefing done to carrion ornithopters by swarming multiple ornithopters. I'm not sure how I feel about this. The reason that I have a bit of a weird on this is what happens if you try flying into the chome ships that fly around Haga Basin. You kind of bounce off weirdly, and you can get some very weird mechanics from doing so. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work. So I'll be interested in seeing how this test plays out. So the problem is that colliding has will get impulse to separate them. If you are in a carrier, are you going to get bounced downwards? Are you going to get bounced back the way you came? Are you going to be able to basically sheepdog people with ornithopters now by making them bounce? So that's very, very odd to me, and I'm not sure how this will feel, because I would normally, at that point, get 3 thopters and basically fly in a triangle and use that to basically encase the front of a carrier and push it back the way it came. If it's weight-based, you might use assault ornithopters, but ultimately you'll still beat a carrier. With just weight of numbers and the amount of bounces you'll do. So I want to see how that works. That'll be interesting. This, however, fucking great. Makes a fantastic difference. Deposit all blood and extract all deposit all. Do you know how many times I've had to spam click to extract decaliter johns? This is going to save me 1,000 clicks a week. Great, love it. This is a great change. Good job, Funcom. Love it. Love to see it. To help with the testing on the PTR, they're providing top-tier buggies, scouts, assaults, and carriers. Stop calling it carrier ornithopters, transport ornithopters. You need to have... Just take another screenshot. Right, I pass that one across. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Highlights. Possible to place pillars between walls. Nice for base building, I guess. New sandbike variant. We'll see. The golves are going, chat. They're fixing the golves. I can't believe it. Oh, we've got ads. We will wait. Let's think about this one. We are back after the break. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Thanks for sticking with us. So yeah, before the break, we were going through the patch notes for Dune's PTR, and the one that I've been thinking about during the break is this one about colliding with the sandworm's body during any of its animations will now result in death or vehicle destruction. I don't like this. There are times when the sandworm's behavior, particularly the edge of the sand dunes, it will just emerge, and you might find a small amount of the, basically kind of the skin of the worm is showing rather than just the sand being moved apart. By my viewing, that's a worm during its movement animation, and you'd be touching a part of it. I don't like that. I think there will probably be a lot of issues we have where janky worm behavior makes worms very, very scary to even be near because you can't trust the game around them, not because of any kind of actual environmental risk of them. In reality, the game shows you that you should be able to be on a worm at slow speed. There should be some level of interaction or calculation which is based on the worm's speed, velocity, that actually calculates that impact. Now, there is no collision in game. There's no collision damage in the way I understand it. So, that is, I think, causing the problem. There should be a proportionate impact response and collision damage to the vehicle or to the individual it hits. I don't think it should be a flat, you touch it, you die. Like the electro worm, I can understand why you touch it, you die, because it's electrocuted. What's the reason for the rest of the worms? They're just massively radioactive. I don't like it from that perspective. I think it could have been handled better. It might be a temporary fix while they work out velocity-based damage. I'm not a development expert. I don't understand how the programming part of that works. But to my imagination, it would likely be an interim effect, because I know that there's been conversations about, you know, worm riding before. If that was ever going to be a thing, this wouldn't make any sense. So I'm hoping that this one isn't as janky as I think it will be, because the way that I can foresee this going is we'll have a lot of problems. That said, it'll just become a matter of you don't want to be anywhere near any worm ever, and as soon as you see worm sign, you shit yourself, run and cry. Not necessarily in that order. But yeah, you may just get boned by a tunneling worm, so you have to make sure you're looking out for worm sign at all times and making sure that, you know if it's approaching the island you're on. That's what I mean, Baron. We're going to find out, because that, to me, is the worm's movement animation. So, by the definition of what's on there, yes, we should, die based on this. I want to see how that plays out. That's something I'm going to see how that goes. You can now search for items by name in the exchange, and the categories have been reorganized. We need to see this. The exchange is badly laid out by itself. This could help it a lot. I'm still of the opinion that we need to have those trade terminals for purchase in our home bases. You should be able to buy stuff from your home base and then go and collect it from the social hubs, in the same way that you should be able to list things by taking it to the social hubs, or list it and then you've got to deliver it before it can actually be sold. So it becomes a pending listing, and then you transport the materials. Maybe it might take you 5 or 6 journeys if there's a lot of them, but that, to my mind, is more important. So this might help in the interim, but I think the exchange still needs work. We've covered the deposit all for liquids, 100% needed. The leader replicator will now encode placeables and decorations. I would like that to be a setting rather than a guaranteed thing. Some people just want the frame. That could actually make them worse depending on how people are doing it. So I think you need to have the option to get placeables and decorations rather than just always. Social hubs are what the game calls them. It's the only way I can rename what they are. Unstuck buttons mechanic will work. Good. Improve the resource distribution on some Jabal content blocks to prevent very large primrose fields. Okay. Bit late, but fine. There's 3 new modules to the base management system that show information about the base's power supply, water supply, and okay, that's cool. That's really interesting. I'd like to see what that will do. More base management and more information is always helpful. Like that. Possible to place pillars between walls. Fine. Pentashield surfaces now sustain damage like the corners. Good. Equipable items taken from a contract delivery now default to go into the backpack inventory instead of being equipped. Good. Static impact to power consumption now scales more linearly per tier. And they've increased compactor threat generation. This is likely in response to the the farming that we've been doing. So that makes sense. That will once again boost the importance of sand crawling, because sand crawling currently isn't actually that worth it long term. For 1 or 2 people, this will make it more worthwhile because you'll be doing more journeys. What else have we got? So, okay, helpful. We've covered that. Scrap metal when cutting past crash on, lost by 20%. Fine. Smaller clothing, small change. Buggy cutter now correctly uses ray amplifiers. That will make it a little bit harder. To be honest, Holtzman actuators are far easier to get a hold of than ray amplifiers. Again, exchange. Why not have... So, exchange categories have been reorganized and updated the way items are categorized to make it easy to find them. Just put those together. Put all of them together. Move, improve interactions on the... Okay, so that will help with some of the rubber banding issues. Good. They've reached the flower sand and spice sand fields to allow the worm to reach them. Good. To be honest, risk-free flower sand is a meme. Okay, fine, I guess. A Solari value to liquids in containers. Now when you sell a victim... Okay. This is interesting. Theoretically, selling blood could be worth doing. Best power pack to equip, the highest tier that you have access to and can readily maintain. I've made 2 Mark 6s, and they are still very functional. Increase the range which causes me looted and exsanguinated. Helpful, I guess. This will look really silly, I'll be honest. From an animation perspective, this is going to look weird. But I think that from a playability perspective, it makes more sense. I think that will help. Remove Solari from the deep desert loot pools. Plastic. What does this mean? Which loop? All loot pools? Yeah, just do they mean crash ships? Do they mean locations? Do they mean enemies? There are multiple types of loot pools. They mean all of them? Okay, interesting. Fantastic. This is needed. 100% needed change. Increased the volume of rockets and missiles from 0.05 to 0.2. So now a full stack is a volume of 50. That is huge. Absolutely huge. You can no longer run around with thousands of missiles. Because previously, 20 missiles was 1 volume. So quadrupling it means that you can now hold 4 times less missiles for having to return. This is another nerf to scout ornithopters. Yes, you can use exclamation point patch notes. This is Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. Josh Gad, an exceptional singer. They've also increased the crafting cost for rockets. Great. Again, good. Needed. Very needed. Updated the icons. Thank you. Small and medium fuel cells will now be distinct from large fuel cells. That's just helpful. Make some items more attractive to buy from vendors. They've had their price, so they basically done an economy pass to make it worthwhile because no one was buying this. No one was buying this stuff. This makes more sense. I love this. No one wants to farm agave, so buying a pill for 80 Solari, that's really worth it. You can investigate one of those wrecks and get 3,000 Solari. So this actually makes anti-radiation pills really purchasable. Now they are worth doing for the extra percentage of stuff. Great. Fantastic news. Love that. Ammunition being made cheaper across the board is better. This is good. People will now use the spice fuel cells more. Blaststone increased in price. Good. Okay. Show stats functionality is now available on... Okay, so this is a UI improvement to allow you to preview something before you purchase it, because that's previously been a bit of a challenge. Tile cutter array now correctly drops from the right place. Schematics will now say the... So this is the same as this. Okay. That's already covered before. Desert mechanic decorations available. Okay. This is a huge long list. Okay, great. This patch is for the PTR, so the public test realms. Melee animation, fine. Logging off in a social hub is now instant. Okay. I guess this makes resetting there easier, but that's much better. Penalty to headshot damage right to 25% from 10% makes, yeah, that makes center of mass far less likely to be taken. Good. And now marksman doesn't do the body damage. Good. That's much better balancing to those stats. There's some new content and quite a lot of quality of life. Good. Updating cards is important so people can understand their abilities. There's one specific one I'm looking for on here. If it isn't on here, I'll be sending them another strongly worded message. New stagger dash animation. Okay, so if you get stuck in a stagger, it'll give you 2 minutes of teaching how to get out of it. Intensity of VFX trails at high speed. Fine. Dagger sprint. Stamina regeneration block. Okay. So there's now going to be visual indicators of when your stamina is blocked and when your shield is blocked. Okay, fine. Okay, but the trooper skill... still does not say that it's only ability cooldowns for trooper abilities. They still have not changed this damn UI tip that no one understands. Deep Desert gameplay is not there, average cowboy, to be honest with you. If you're looking for Deep Desert gameplay, I wouldn't bother coming back yet. I'm disappointed that they haven't changed that skill one, because if they're changing skills like the info cards, it's not in here in combat. You saying it's in there? Okay. Wait, there's a second. Look at this. There's a combat section up here. And then when you go down to here, there's a second combat section. When can we have patch notes for the patch notes? Okay. Colliding on thoughts and I get knocked back, separate them. I like I said, I'm not sure I like this. I need to see how this plays out because I feel like you can use this to sheepdog carriers. I feel like with 3 ornithopters, you could basically just bounce a carrier back towards the safe zone or out of the safe zone. That will be the dangerous part. Colliding ornithopters and people pushing them out of the safe zones. To be clear, that's my main concern with this. That mitigate the griefing number. If you're doing knockbacks, theoretically you can bounce other people outside of into the PvP zone and then just fuck them up. Or you'll bounce people downwards rather than just like landing on them and it being weird. So I'm not sure how this works. Lost Jake, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. You are awesome. We may install the PTR to have a play around with these things. It depends on how much time I have. I don't generally like to do PTR testing on stream because most of the time, if a game-breaking bug appears that's on a PTR, the footage of it can undermine the game developer's ability to do their jobs and to sell their game and to continue marketing it when it's only public test realm stuff. It also may be under visual NDA sometimes, so I don't know if I will show that on stream. Yes, but if the ornithopter gets knocked back, if you're using, say, a scout ornithopter, that thing can jet towards the carrier faster. So if it's based on weight, then fine. But then again, you'll end up using an assault. An assault using its speed boost will go 160 versus the carriers, which will do 100 with its wings, with the weight. The mass of that will be higher and could potentially be used to push carriers around. That's why it needs to be tested. There's going to be a real fine line here about what is and isn't okay. Because then the other trick is, if it's whoever flies into the other, the trick will be to fly ornithopters into somewhere where a carrier has to fly around them it slows them down. Otherwise, they're going to get bounced backwards. So you're basically turning ornithopters into weapons that they shouldn't be by doing this. I think you'll see an awful lot of griefing that could be possible if that's done poorly, so they'll need to be really careful with that. But if the carrier is hard to move, then what you'll do is you'll find a group will get 3 carriers and they'll use it to bump one other carrier outside of the PvE area and they'll kill it. I don't know. Sandbites are in a weird spot. Temporarily remove the front utility module from Assault Ornithopter. Fine, there's nothing that could go in it. These are nice, good balancing changes to half to Ornithopter light, so that's huge. That'll make a massive difference. That's great. That's great. You'll actually use these modules more. Reduce deterioration by 30%. Nice. Oh my fucking... What is a medium ornithopter? What is a transport ornithopter? Are those the same? See, we think we know what they mean. We shouldn't have to think we know what they mean. They should tell us what they mean, and they should match. Because as a reminder, we also have this one, where we've got carrier and transport used in the same section. So what is it? Is a transport a carrier? Are these two the same? Are these two the same? What's going on here? We think medium is assault, but in that case, why are you referring to carrier ornithopters and transport ornithopters here separately? Because that doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't have inconsistencies in your naming conventions for players. It means it's harder for players to give you the information you need to fix things. Because look, medium, transport, assault and carrier. For non-primary English-speaking countries, this could be a massive problem. Because all of a sudden you're thinking that there's lots of different stuff. This is cool. I'd like to see what this will do. The tier upgrades of PSUs and generators making a difference. That'd be cool. Yeah, exactly. 4 different names for 2 actual objects, and they're used so... They're used so incoherently that it's actually not clear which one is which, because you would think that, okay, medium, and so this is going to be the assault, this is going to be the carrier, but then when you're above, you see they refers to carrier, and then it refers to transport on separate lines. Assault and carrier. So here we go. This is what needed. Allowing to boost. So this is what the scouts have, which the assault and carriers don't have. Yeah, and then but then you're like, okay, well, so medium equals assault. So they've had. It's all just incoherent. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But this was needed to make the assault and the carrier feel less like fucking logs. Okay, this is interesting. I want to see how this works, because if that's a button that will do that, cool. But that's basically what that will do. That's what the carrier should have as its counterplay to drop its cargo and to flee. That should be the point of a carrier with piracy. Then they've got then the attackers have the choice of going after the valuable cargo, the sand crawler and everything in it, before a worm gets it, or chase the carrier down. Improve the logic how vehicles are positioned to travel to avoid overlapping on arrival. Fine. Increase the time before abandoned vehicles attract sandworms. Also fine, I guess. That will help with bugs. Okay. This is in there for a third time. Additional lands to fight over and claim for your bases. Okay, so this is the additional... Is this... Add additional lands to fight over and claim for your bases more resources have been generated. The one that was introduced, yes, on the new one. Was it yesterday's new map? Yes, it was, wasn't it? So I'm asking a question about this, if it's in addition to the changes that were made last week, because this in the PTR means they'd be adding on even more than the additional change they've made already. So this would be a second wave of it. Lands and houses may require Solari. Okay, that'll be interesting. This is good. You know how I've been waiting for the 2 clicks? Because they were always using the long breach variant. Now they've got a 50% chance to use the short breach variant. Worms are more threatening. You need to be more careful of their behavior. And when you get a breach, you cannot run around. Titanium and Stravidium are still in PvE and PvP. This is good. This is a good inconsistency change. You now can trust the worms less. Good change. We like this one. Communicate warnings that people of Coruscant build up now begin. The communicate warnings that appear before the Coriolis Storm build-up begins. Should be an S there. Now more clearly convey. Oh, the warnings that the warnings that appear before the Coriolis Storm build-up begin. That's just bad. That's just rewrite that sentence. Convey that is the storm build-up that will happen, not the apex of the storm. Okay. They just basically added more communication about what it is. User interface, search bars, helpful. Great. PS5 control support. Good. That's good. That's a good accessibility difference. We like accessibility changes and improvements. Deposit, but that's the 3rd or 4th time that's in there. So, like, fine. It's a good change, but we don't need to have it 4 times. Search button become a wedge. That's helpful. It's a nice UI change. Toggling aim down sights and binoculars. That's helpful. Sometimes you don't want ADS. On a sniper rifle, you might want to not use ADS. Checkbox to hide. This will be useful. I'd love this. That'd be helpful. That's in there again. Got that. Keybind entry changes. This is all good for accessibility. Server restart notification continue on screen. Helpful. Okay. Land strategy UI to make it less cluttered. I'll be interested in seeing that. Okay, this is helpful. Good. These are small UI changes. Unify the labeling of sand by across the game so it's consistent. Then why can't you do that with damn ornithopters? This with ornithopters. Please. Terminology of wayfinding prompts. Okay. Again, unifying terminology. Do it for ornithopters. Do it for ornithopters. Unify ornithopters, or I'm gonna riot. So this is the PTR, this update. Remember. Update to top crosshairs, blood extractors, okay. Consistencies. Okay. Okay, that's good. Strange. Oh, we've got ads. We will do graphics, animations, and FX after the ads. I'm gonna have a drink. Yeah, no, it's not heavy. It's got an inordinately high volume. The volume of cobalt paste is higher than it should be. Generally, it could make sense, but it's just disproportionate to everything else in the game. So it doesn't feel good. Cobalt paste currently feels very weird and problematic to transport. It should probably have its volume reduced by about 25. Well, reduced to 25%, I think. Maybe 33%. Because currently it's 1-to-1, like, which is insane. Even plastinium ingots aren't 1-to-1, like tier 6 material, and cobalt paste is a tier 4 material. It's just very strange. Well, okay, so Carver, you're harvesting erythrite crystals, which have a far lower density than cobalt paste does. Remember, you're not talking about weight, you're talking about the volume. It is a paste, so stop using the word heavy. Not heavy. Volume is how we measure storage in this. Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't think increasing the storage capacity on transports is needed on orthopters. I think that realistically, just bring cobalt paste in line with the rest of the items in the game. It's just larger than it should be. Yeah. It's voluminous. Like Duke Thortrades' hair. Liftable shipping container I would love as well. Yep. I would expect that to be honest with you, to be like a September thing though, not a August thing. A liftable container is creating an item rather than making fixes and balances what's already existing. Creating new stuff, I think they need to have more. We need to give them more slack on creating new stuff. A few things will have missed like actual launch, which will be finished, but like. Hello, Maslath. We've just finished the ad break. Welcome on back, everybody. McGrath, you can use exclamation point patch notes. I don't know, Authority's nuts is kind of. He's one that. Okay. Updated climb animations to better match the speed of climbing. Makes sense. A batch of animations in cinematics, cloth passes, flower sand feels looking more organic and less taxing. Okay, good. They do cause an increase in PC load. Changes to the flower sand field to bring in line with spice harvesting. Okay, cool. This might be the overall when you like fire down lots of those points to harvest like a wider area. That might be a change they've made. Prison of the Sugar Wire Claw. Fine. New audio, muted voice chats, ambience, new sounds, muted position, ornithopter engine sounds reduction. Okay, that's good. Helpful. Okay, fixed various issues which cause the server and client to crash. Okay, that's nice and non-specific. Bug report tool issue. Server performance drop momentarily. Issues. Fine. Fixed an issue where some of the password prompt for private servers was showed twice in the same gaming session. We had a few reports of that. Issues with cinematics having 1619 resolution. Yep. Saw some of that. Clients freezing on border crossing. Good. Anything that gets rid of that will be helpful. And this issue is good. This will help people from losing ornithopters. So some of these changes are very good. They fix some of the issues in the deep desert. Helpful. Resource building. Stone wall extension was tweaked so it doesn't protrude. Fixed some pathing issues. Horizontal pent. Okay. Fixed an issue where you could build horizontal pent shields without attaching them to walls. That does kill some bases, but fine. Sag. Fixed a pent shield issue. Downworms is no longer attached projections. Great. That actually fixes some big issues that we've had on the server for a long time. It was a very normal way of trolling, was to put projections out on the sand and the worm would try and destroy them and get stuck in a loop, and it would cause massive lag spikes across the server. Lots of performance taken up. Hello, Mondido. We're doing very well, thank you, buddy. How are you doing? Okay, there you go. Resources respawn on top of pentashields fixed. That's a nice visual fix. Sporadic resources that can be harvested. Okay. Second economy one. This issue, okay, fine. Currently said the recipe will show correctly how many you've got. Fix an issue with players who reach intelligent points. Cats will no longer interact with intelligent points, but will not be able to collect all the collectibles. I'm not sure what that really means. We'll find out. Okay, great. Durability bug, display issue. I'm not sure that's an economy issue. I think that's a visual issue. I would say that's effects. That's graphics, right? Are these not both visual fixes? We have graphics, animation, and FX. Is that not graphics, animation, and FX? Excuse me. Just having a drink, and I have a habit this year of like leaning back too far when I'm drinking, just like drowning my lungs. Okay, that's helpful, I guess. I'm in a very British argument about something, chat. Very, very British, right? I'm going up to visit a friend on Saturday, and it's about 2 hours drive, like 2.5 maybe. We are currently discussing that when I get there, who is allowed to drive or not. I'm saying because I want to drive because I enjoy driving, and also I've already driven all the way there. I should drive, and you know, the two of them can take the day off. And I really like driving and my car. Their view is because I'm the guest, once I get up there, I shouldn't have to drive or do anything. One second. While you guys discuss that, I need to check something. Are you guys getting the stream in 2K? Oh, okay, nice. That's cool. One pedal per person. I mean, I guess that's doable, right? Yeah, let me go and look at the discussion. Okay. The one who owns, so they also own a car. So it would be so it would be driving my car versus their car. Give the guess what they want. Oh yeah, that's a good example. Thank you. Apparently, because I'm the guest and this is my request, you're being a bad host in capital letters. Bad host, all capitalized. Thanks, Jack. Great argument. Right, keep going. I should outsource more of these things to you. This is great. Some of these things you guys we can crowdsource some good points. Play a game to decide the driver, make it something silly. We'll make it jousting. Actual, fully realistic medieval jousting. Depends on the friendship. What I do in the opposite case. If she really wants to drive down here, I would be fine with it. I'd be like, fine, cool. I'll be passenger princess and direct people. Love that. If someone drove down and were like, you know what, I want to drive around your area and get used to it. You give me directions. I'd be so down for that. That would be sick. Twitch will hopefully roll out 2K to more and more places, but I'm also glad that we seem to be reasonably stable at 2K. I mean, the bitrate is doing okay. Some of you said you've had buffering issues, which might be the cause if we switch up to 2K. But I don't think many people are having issues, so it seems to be working okay. Do I have my own horse? Yeah, I have my own horse. Yeah, it's amazing. Excuse me. What do you mean if you're a passenger, you can sing and dance along with the music, whereas driving you have to sit and focus and cannot dance in the chair? How are you driving? What do you mean you don't sing and dance while you drive? Do you not like... While I'm sitting is like... You tap your fingers on the steering wheel, you bob your head, you can kind of like... You can you're 100% singing along. If I'm driving solo, I'm not singing. I'm not enjoying my drive. To be honest with you, a drive with me as a road trip is great fun because I will always sing along to the road trip. But like I'm singing along to everything when I'm in the car. Like Vicky probably got sick of me singing along in the car. There's a reason we have this banging playlist. Like, most of these songs I can sing along to, especially on the more recently used ones. There's probably a playlist of about 500 songs that I listen to more often on my drives that's built into this playlist. That I know every single song and most of the words to them in the right orders. Great fun. Oh yeah, apparently driving you to go woo while you're going. If you want to add music, you can use exclamation point song request, and we'll add some more to the queue later when we switch off of these patch notes. And we're only halfway through. Geez, okay. We'll do some suggestions later. Yeah, that is what the K in Chrono stands for. You're correct, Tibid. 100%. What you do is you put your hands up, you kind of wiggle your head, and you steer with your chest. So you have to kind of like left and right with the turns of the road. If it's a really sharp one, you have to do like a whoa. Most horrifying mental image of driving along a road ever. Are we gonna have economy 3? Is that the question? Steering is for plebs, just vibe drive. Okay. I'll get 3 pigeons and they can home towards the road. I need to get a lead car with some pigeon seed out of it. Take it easy, Demnar. Catch you later. Having a good one to be in here. Recycler, error messages, recycler. Okay, combat 2. Okay, fine. Position with self-healing passive lesser bonus. Okay, so thank you. I've reported that one. Finally, good. That's a good fix. So these are just fixes to skills and abilities so players actually understand them better, because there's a lot of problems around understanding them. Mont Highland, no, because Thor is on holiday, all pirate software related work is basically on hold on the stream. Like, I won't be doing I won't be answering questions about how he is. I won't be talking about any of the plans. None of it. None of it. Man's taking some time off. I don't need him checking what I'm doing to think that, oh, you know, what if he says something wrong, or, you know, what if I, you know, don't want to come back yet? Nah, nothing. No plans. I'm enforcing not speaking to him unless he chooses to speak to me, apart from sending him the list of payments later that he has to pay. That's the only thing, bit of work he has to do to make sure is that everyone gets paid. It means there won't be unbanned bingo because we won't be doing unbans for a little bit, but we might have the Ferret unbans, we might have my unbans, so, you know, when they build up, that might happen. But I won't be doing any pirate software ones. He's back in X. He's off for at least a week. In terms of what I've done for the mod team have all been given up to the end of next Tuesday. They're all basically off-stream days. Every moderator now has, in the next 7 days, at least 3 of those days off. Because I think it's important that they all take some time to recover and kind of do things. I'll be here to provide some headline company support if it's needed. They all know to DM me on Discord if there's anything that's urgent. Even if I'm on stream, they know they can grab me. Worst case scenario, I have to end stream and deal with an issue, which sometimes happens. There might be somebody in Discord who is a mental health crisis and needs me to step up. If that ever happens, you will likely find that I either end stream or I mute myself and end up in Discord having that conversation with that person. And you'll likely have to see me play through the game live for that interaction. Because ultimately their life sometimes comes first. Sorry, chat. As much as I love you guys, dealing with somebody who might be having a mental health crisis is always going to be more important as part of the community work that we do. But I'm basically on call for the next kind of I'd probably say call it at least a week. I would like Thor to take off until at least next Friday, because that means ultimately he's off until the end of next Tuesday. He would have Wednesday, then Thursday off, and then back on Friday. I feel like taking that Wednesday and Thursday as well is definitely worth doing. So I'd like at the earliest it to be next Friday that he is back. I think that makes the most sense. You don't come back to work, do 1 day, then have a day off, and then come back again full time. You just come back on the Friday, like you just have that extra day, right? How often does that happen? I'll be honest with you, it varies quite heavily on a couple of things. We saw a very big rise. Every time we do an interaction with Dr. K, we see a rise of it, because obviously people from Dr. K's community are people who generally are watching to learn about themselves or who need serious help. When we do a collaboration, some of those people will bleed across communities. That's the nature of collaboration. And so sometimes we have seen people who have come from that area who have come to join our community have those kind of issues. So if we've had certain community interactions, that can cause a higher than normal percentage of them. I'll be honest with you, election season in the US caused an awful lot of increase. I think the stress and pressure that people were under politically and the fear for their futures caused an increase in that. So I would say that the other thing to consider is geopolitical and other kind of general worldwide stresses can cause geographic or even internet-wide increases in kind of stress, particularly in core demographics. So, for example, there was recent legislation discussion in the UK about what counts as a woman for the purposes of some act or another. There, we did see an uptick in a couple of parts of the communities of people who would have been affected by that legal decision having increased levels of stress and therefore potentially needing increased levels of support. It is entirely normal and okay to be affected by the issues around you and the things that have impacts on your life. Like, that's absolutely fine. Ultimately, you know, it's a rough time. A lot of people out, like, I was talking about this with people recently, and my view on a lot of the hate is the hate comes from people who are, in this day and age, a lot of people feel powerless, right? There's a lot going on, a lot out there that is just completely over our heads in terms of what we can actually deal with scale-wise and kind of interact with on a day-to-day basis. You know, you've got wars, famines, shortages, we've had, you know, pandemics. It's been a really rough time for a number of years. You know, the joke is always that, you know, millennials have dealt with terrorist attacks, wars, like 2 financial crashes, X, Y, and Z, and you know they're only getting into their 30s and stuff, or they're only in their 30s. We've all gone through that. Even if you are younger than the millennial, you've still gone through the aftermath of that, and you've still got the same shit that's going on now. So like, everyone is dealing with all of the same shit, but we all deal with it very differently, and a lot of people feel very powerless when it comes to a cause. Being unified for a cause, you know, being able to stand with people and feel like you're doing something that is more objectively supportive, and you feel like you have power as part of that group. That is why communities form that are based around, you know, they're based around hate and brigading, and that you end up finding that some communities of people who feel powerless, who are looking for a cause, end up channeling that negatively rather than positively, and you end up with hate. And people who are on the receiving end of that, from wherever that hate comes from, often need support. So when there are things going on in the world, then you see an uptick. So it's very difficult to say how often does that happen, because it's not like there's, you know, 1 a week, 2 a week, 10 a week, 100 a week. It massively peaks and troughs depending on the nature of what's going on in the world and the nature of what's going on in individuals' lives. The level of input is also very different, because sometimes they might just need a chat, someone to talk to, and sometimes you might need to sit with them while they've overdosed and you're waiting. I'll be honest, like some of the ones I've dealt with where someone has overdosed and you've had to call the police or the ambulance services in their country and try and keep them conscious and coherent while you hear, you know, the emergency service breaking their doors down. That's rough. I had to get therapy after that one. That one was difficult, but it's part of the job. But, you know, I'm not going to let anyone else in the community deal with that. That's our job. Like, that's what the mods deal with. That's part of what that's part of the moderation side that we don't really talk about a lot. And when I've got a panel at TwitchCon to talk about moderation, and one of it it's about mental health support, because that's something that you sometimes have to do. We've got a community of 200,000 people on Discord. Like, it would be weird if people didn't have mental health crises. One of those things. Well, Radiant Forge, I can 100% see why. When they're worried, when they're scared, when they feel powerless, caring gets them hurt, and people just stop caring. They numb out because they just can't deal with it all. And it's easy to hate. It's easy to not care. Yeah, exactly. Hate is very easy. Yeah, it's moderation's not an easy job. When I say to people, like, you say, oh, you know, I could moderate a Twitch chat. Yeah, almost all of you could. But it's about the judgment. It's about being able to moderate a Twitch chat for 6 hours at a time. It's about being able to deal with the emotional and the human impacts of it. And that's why the therapy part is very important for the mods. That the time away, like the days off for this, also it's all very important. It's why I care so much about what the mods do. Well, I give people a bollocking when I don't think they've been taking enough breaks. I even put a ping out when they announced, like last night. I think I was sitting waiting for my car to charge at the petrol station. I basically put a ping out saying, look, I've redone the schedule. These are the main tasks while you're on shift, but like I know most of you will be in the community just relaxing. Please don't feel compelled to do any work. There's not when you're taking time off, take time off. Step away if you must. Like you should be taking that time off. All of them have 3 days off for a reason now in the next 7 days to take some time away for themselves. We'll stick away from the sad song while we're going through the difficult topics, and that's probably better. Bit heavy. We're going through the patch notes. They've updated the stat readouts, other stuff, power generation bonuses. Okay, that's nice. 2.5, 5, 10. Sweet, that last point is worth a lot. 5%. This will be helpful, just giving players more information about what their actual yields are. I mean, so I've got Saturday off, so I'll be out on Saturday. I'll just check my phone a couple of times while I'm out. Be nice and easy. I was half out yesterday, did a few bits, but largely lighter on the ground. Nice. The stamina issue and crippling strike's been fixed. That's good, because that was one of the reasons why people wouldn't take it. Power generation bonus. Whoa, okay. That's a big change. They've massively nerfed it, but I suppose that was needed. Source of power was quite good. How was yesterday's drive? Yesterday's drive was great. It went really well. So yeah, because your bonuses are being applied to its small head. So if you've got bonuses to cutting, you know, cutter array yields, that will be applied too from your skills. Base display values. It's all about providing more information. Okay, rubber banding fixes. I'm not sure it's really a combat. It might be more mechanics, but fine. That's an animations one. That's an animations change. This is good. Fixing the Holtzman shield issue. What's channeling? Oh, I'm guessing that's the voice. Okay. If cancelled, full cooldown, committed instead of 2.5. Okay. That's a good change. That fixes the invisibility skill. Logging out won't bypass the PvP respawn time, but good. Good. That's an old one. That's good. Fixes to you no longer dehydrate while you're waiting to respawn because you're dead. You know, fixing the turret deploying above your head. Good. Solve an issue where power regeneration could prematurely stop client side, which could cause the Holtzman shield to be impossible to activate. We've seen this quite a lot. All light machine gun weapons, they're not. They're called heavy weapons, I assume. You mean heavy weapon light machine guns or whatever they call them in the game, because I don't believe they call them LMGs. That's a naming convention issue. Yeah, that's because there's no, as you say, a Gatling gun is not an LMG. Yeah. I don't know if that means heavy or it means Gatling guns, but either one is wrong. You read Ligma. Nice. Litany against fear fixes. Okay, so they fixed litany against fear finally. Good. Now that it won't just be a buff to everyone. Like everyone has litany against fear when you're going to deep desert combat. This MC's not using abilities. Good. That's useful. They fixed my hyper sprint test. Look. It's also called Bindu sprint, not hyper sprint. But yeah, this is the one that I found, chat. My bug. My bug. Oh, we've got ads. My bug. You can't Bindu sprint. Yeah, into the Thopter Wing or into any kind of impassable terrain that catches you. So you could do it to rocks. You could do the deep desert to rocks and teleport above carriers. Where I saw it. This is good. Okay, we'll wait for the ads. Oh yeah, 3-minute ad timer is much better. It gives me plenty of time to go to the loo and get back without Oh, thank you, Nellis. Good job. Unileras, I've got some news for you, unfortunately. You might be upset. On the bright side, your browsing history is probably very interesting. So, nice. Welcome back after the ads. We are now in vehicles 2. Issues with the character, fixed issues with the character being wrongly positioned while driving. A good fix to have, Fixed an issue where the character wouldn't die from full radiation stack in certain vehicles. Good fix. Probably should, be a thing. Wing modules, swap place while using skin variants. These are kind of visual ones. There we go. Report to this one. Vehicle rocket launcher rate of fire info card showing the incorrect rate of fire value. This is the one that when I went and asked the guys from Funcom what it meant, they were basically like, we don't know. No one can tell us what that means. So I'm glad this one's being fixed. 1 second, chat. Do this. Right. Basically, okay, fix the issue that prevented, basically gave you infinite buggy, lasers. Nice. Fix interaction distance on light ornithopter so it's easier to interact with the Atreides variant from the rear. There's a joke in there somewhere. There's probably a joke in here somewhere. All modules in the vehicle being assembled can be damaged by radial damage weapons. Okay, good. Destroyed vehicle modules will now always pass along for damage they receive to the chassis of the vehicle. Good. Okay, so this means that if you basically shoot out, say, the armor, the cockpit, anything after the cockpit is done to the chassis and not just ignored. That is infinitely better and a hard counter to scout ornithopter spam. Firing rockets will now be much more effective. Firing lasers, las guns will be much more effective for wiping out vehicles in general. This is a great change. Honestly, fantastic. Very pleased with this. Ornithopters on the vehicle should no longer get stuck. Should no longer get stuck. I don't like the should. I'd like it if it's won't. Yeah, 1 HP can't absorb all the damage from a rocket. Exactly, Big Mac. This one's, yeah, we've seen this. It just becomes uninteractable for some reason, so I'm glad that one's being fixed. I don't like that change. Why? I guess if people are going around repairing other people's vehicles with bad skills on purpose, just don't leave your vehicles accessible. Like, this one's a really strange one. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Yeah, but you could harm someone's match durability with a Mark 1 wielder, but why are your vehicles being left out in the open like that? It's just maybe associate, but like owner or co-owner, those are quite high permissions. I don't know why you wouldn't include associate. Or even guild. Allow members of the same guild to repair guild vehicles. This just becomes a little bit more of an organizational problem. I don't know why you'd restrict it so high. What's the problem with people who can drive it being able to repair it? Because if you're an associate, as far as I understand it, you can at least get into the vehicle, if not drive it directly. I don't understand why an associate would be a problem. Yeah, but no, because this is not about being able to disassemble. This is about being able to repair. They're different. So it's not about disassembly stealing. Associate can see and turret inspect. I think that you should be able to give associates the ability to repair as well. I don't know what the issue would be with associates being able to repair a vehicle. It's still an add somebody, but it means that they can't steal. Now, anyone who's going to be able to repair your vehicle can also steal it. There should be somewhere in the middle. Yeah, Ruthane, but again, that would be fixed. Yeah, it would be fixed by having. Just right now that you could, because of this change, you will. If you can repair a vehicle, you can steal it. I don't think that should be a thing. They could do, but again, you're already giving them permission to do the repair. Why not do it lower level? It doesn't make sense to only be these. I think it was, if it was associate co-owner, that would make more sense. I don't know why they've just excluded associate. Because I think associate is that tier between you can take the vehicle apart and, you can repair it. Associate should be able to repair but not take it apart. Well, this would mean that Thor can't repair my vehicles. Anyone who wants me to repair for them would need me to. But this basically means that everyone has to have the repair skill now. This is a nerf to other skills. Yeah, but again, that doesn't. So all of the points you guys in chat are making doesn't cover why you can't have associate on here as well. There's still something you have to add on. Hello, Ido. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you, bud? I've seen this one. This is a good fix. Anything else on soundbite could lead to a player being stuck upside, and that is a problem. Fix an issue where you would not get XP from discovering a location while in a vehicle. Great. Good. You should always get your XP. I've been robbed of quite a lot of XP probably by doing this. No longer get killed by NPC during cinematic. Home salvage vendor NPC. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Find that out. Fix an issue where respawning inside of a rad zone after dying to radiation would result in insta death on respawn. Good. That needs to be fixed. Yeah, that's fixed. Good. These are all just small fixes. Rocket launcher fix, NPC spawning, cancel contract. Yeah, nothing in here is substantial. Okay, faction betrayals. Players who betray the faction will now lose access to the faction's contracts. So they fixed progression issues. They've fixed the tracking down. This one can let you get infinite XP by cycling it, I believe. If you did it the right way, or at least multiple XP. They fixed the Atreides progression issues. That's great. And that now they do guide you to betraying the Atreides. So they fixed some of the faction betrayal stuff, which is good. Okay. They fixed the misplay. So that's one of the ones that we'd reported a few of. Lots of screenshots of this. So they fixed the basically the methodology behind the deployment of those control points. Very helpful again. The mark locations on the full screen map of Arakeen are more accurate. Helpful, I guess. The vehicle is now disabled for sold items. Good. Ruthane, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome on in. I appreciate you. Good job in spending your Prime sub. For those of you who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, you will also get Twitch Prime for free as part of your contractual deal. That is worth $2.50 to a streamer of your choice. If you don't spend that, Jeff Bezos gets to keep the money. So spend your Prime subs, go out and sub to small streamers, to me, to other people. Use your Prime subs because you're making sure that Jeff Bezos can't make his statue on the moon made of diamond of himself quite as fast. Moist Chef doesn't need that money. Give it to someone else. Use your Prime subs, chat. Goes to Barjo, great choice. Goes to Thor, completely understand it. Good job. As long as you're using your Prime sub, do it. I dread to think of the number of non-spent Prime subs every month. Sometimes I miss mine. Like occasionally I will misspend my Prime sub. Just really small fixes. Oh, bless my soul. Why is that highlighted? I don't know why it's highlighted. Doesn't make any sense. Animation improvements. There's collisions, intersections. Partially after spice fields will now be fixed. That's good. Audio fixes. It's now possible to interact with my. Okay, so it's. Updates on this. Yeah. So overall, an interesting set of patch notes. I don't think it substantially changes anything about the game fundamentally in there. I think there's some fixes which don't make a lot of sense. There's some which do make a lot of sense. So it's, as ever, it's a bit of a balancing act of patch notes. I'm pretty happy to see that, like, thinking about that's what they've done. The reason I like this is because that is what they've managed to do in the month while everyone is away on a holiday. July is the normal time inside the Scandinavian countries where I think they take quite a lot of holiday, and they basically inside Funcom had almost a shutdown. So if that's what they managed to deliver in a month while they've been on shutdown and since launch, and some stuff in June that was also being worked through, I'm very impressed by the number of changes. I don't like the naming inconsistencies, sure. It's not the end of the world, I guess. I just think it's just a bit tiring to have to constantly be trying to pass. So basically, the company will shut down their main operations, like, while, you know, they are on summer break. So people will work less. There'll be less hours. You know, people will be using it to recover from doing crunch before launch. Pretty important time for the game and for the company. When will we witness war crimes? Soon, Kavan. I don't like being rushed into playing a game. I don't ever have a time scale when I know what time I'll be playing it unless I've already published it. Like, if I know a time, I will have told you. Other than that, it's based on where the content be at, what people are wanting to see, and a couple of things we need to check. You're adjusting the weeks. Oh god. I'm not sure I want to know. Why so much lube? Is this me? Have I been lube maxing? Is that what's been happening? I don't hate Rimworld, I just hate, you know, all the colonists. I did potentially buy a couple of Rimworld DLCs, by the way. Like the rest of them. We now have all the Rimworld DLCs. We're together. So we can build towards getting our own spaceship. Well, at some point I really need to organize this. I just need to find somewhere I can dump all of the lube. I mean, I've always known I like survival games. Like, I enjoyed what was that game? Stranded Alone? No, survival. Stranded Alien Dawn. I played quite a lot. I enjoyed that a lot, so I thought I would enjoy Rimworld. Because it's Stranded Alien Dawn is just basically just higher quality like Rimworld. It's not like, you know, 2D characters and stuff. Well, it's 2D, but Long Dark was your first. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, Rimworld's a very good example of showing you can have a great game without hyper detailed graphics. Yeah, Prison Architect, same thing as well. Prison Architect is one of the games I recommend to people of certain types of like personalities when they haven't done gaming before. I want to try it out because it's on Switch and stuff, so you can just put it on the TV. They play it on there. It's great. Dwarf Fortress I want to go back and play, but I'm really enjoying Rimworld, and I feel like Rimworld and Dwarf Fortress have about the same level of depth. That's my understanding. I wish this would say correctly how many we have. Look, how many times I have to click the extract water button. Just wait until I can press extract all. I won't know myself anymore. Want to do all that in your spare time? I don't know, probably click other things. I know, wild, right? Right, you're getting destroyed. And to be honest, so are you. That power pack is fucked. Not getting much back for it, but hey. $58, that's still... can afford it. A slight gear refresh. Hey, chat. Mm-hmm. Spat. I think there'll be more variants of power packs and things that will come throughout the game. It's just a matter of waiting for it all, I guess. That's expensive. Jesus. eye-wateringly expensive. I mean, it is what you need to use to get them, I guess, but like, blah. Is this covered already? Will I stream more over the next week? I mean, I'll be doing my normal weekday streams, so I'll be doing today, Thursday, Friday, not streaming on Saturday. You might get a bonus stream from me on Sunday. Depends on how I'm feeling, really. Saturday's gonna be quite a long day, so depends on what time I get back. About safety, because ultimately, like, if I'm driving late, I don't want to be in a rush to get back or anything like that, so I'll always stick around longer. If I'm back late, then I might be a late start stream or anything like that. In terms of a sandcrawler run, not today. We could probably organise a sandcrawler run for a day coming up, though. I don't see a reason why not. Yeah, see, the price difference is huge, and I'm fine with using the Mark 5s. How much difference does the Mark 6 make? I'm running around with Mark 6 everything else. I might as well just run around with Mark 6 compact too. Fuck it. I'll like, to be honest, like, it'll be the same as any other time. I will stream as much as I feel like doing, as much as I'm having fun doing. Like, if I don't have the vibes on the day because, you know, I'm busy doing, you know, work stuff in the background, then I just won't stream. I'll be very clear with all of you. Like, I will never stream if I think that I'm not in the mood for it, because ultimately you won't enjoy that and I won't enjoy that. So what's the point? Second wing Gamba? Ooh, second wing Gamba. Do we want a second wing Gamba, chat? Look at this. We want a wing Gamba? Gamba wing? Do a Gamba wing. Okay, you've got 5 minutes on the Gamba wing because we've got an ad coming in 1 minute time. So look, have a look at it now. You've got time. We'll take a screenshot, so if I leave it here hovering for 5 minutes, I'll come back and it will be on like 0 integrity. Okay, game. Your points are for Rimworld. I respect that decision. Mostly. One moment. That text larger. And then if I do... If I do that... And the ads starting soon. Twitch is being helpful. Good job, Twitch. Come on, you can do this. I believe in you. Well, apparently, I'll be right back, chat. Hello, we are back. Okay. What did we get? So what we're saying, most of you think it's pretty high, to be honest with you. We're talking about quite a lot of Corona involved. Big old amounts. Are we ready? It is in fact, chat. %28%. Which means that actually only 1% of you, 3 people, 3 total voters, with a total of 2,000 krona, won all of that. So it's 158. Wow. Excuse me. 158,000 channel points between 3 people and 2,000. So you're basically getting a 2 to... Yeah. That's a huge payout. Who is now bankrupt? Okay, Moon, so you put in 1,000. You put in half and you got a 77,000 channel point payout for 1,000. So it's a 1 to 77 ratio of payout. That's insane, Gamba. That's the Gamba that we play for here on the Chrono stream. Ultimately, you know, we love that sweet Gamba. The nice thing about channel points is they're infinite. They'll come back. They're free. They just appear. You just get them by watching, which is great. It's the foundation of me. A channel point? No, channel point's a krona. The currency, you know. Make another batch of these. Go on. How can one do channel point maxing? I think T3 subs. I think theoretically better Twitch TV or 7 Twitch TV have an option that means you can always claim the extra points reward. No, it's spelled KHRONER. Krona. And then you basically have the stream open 24/7 with BTTV claiming the extra clickable one for you. I think would theoretically get you the maximum output. No, it was 70. It was a 77-to-1 ratio, and that's only on specific bits, Kindian. Unfortunately. Let's see what else you can come up with. Yeah, BTTV has a system where you can. I think there's an option somewhere in there that lets you basically just like automatically harvest the channel points and drops rewards, so you don't have to click any of those buttons to claim those points again. Fairly sure. Yeah, you passively gain a bunch of them. There you go, Reddit. For example, 42,000 points. Yeah, just by passively watching. Do you think watching two? If you're watching two devices, you'll get double the points. Unlikely. Unlikely, but I've never tested it. Whoop. What do you mean you're not Chronos maxing by watching my stream in multiple tabs on multiple browsers on multiple machines? Sad. Sad. Can't believe it. A second device counts as a second viewer, yes, because it is basically different watch person, different entity theoretically. Which means that if you're lucky enough to have one of those AIOs that has a screen on it, if you put like a channel on that, it will constantly get ad revenue. Just in case, you know, in case you need to know that, because you're always watching, it's always on your AIO, right? You can always see the channel from your side of your computer. Exactly, Kappa. Yeah. That's the main thing. As long as it's not muted and excuse me, a couple other things, Linker. It's not quite as clean cut as that. There's lots of different variables in it. I can't believe... you know what? We'll complain to your work that they're stealing your Chronos time, Sylvan. I agree with you. It's disgraceful of them. You know how there are those, like, fridges that let you see what's inside of them? So, like, reprogram the door to instead show you a stream, but edit it to look like it's coming from inside the fridge. Oh, yeah. Luckily, I don't have a chat of the size we'll need to worry about that, but like, that's just, yeah, it's just sad.
Oh, it's Bullet, the Syndicate. Delivery for House Mutelli.
I already have the mutually swatch, damn. A little bit over then. What's new in here? Yeah, that's good. Oh, still missing. Oh, no, I haven't. Nice. Is Ambition a drill shot or a shotgun? It is a drill shot. It's a 4-shot drill shot that fires 4 individual shots. I will show you shortly. Give me a second. That's what we were going to go do. Thank you for reminding me. We were going to go to the vendor. Oh. Grumpy Luther noises. Grumpy Luther. I'm being chased. He's chasing me, chat. I'm being chased by... The angry German is chasing me. No. Right, now I can show you the drill shot. This is Ambition. It's just a 4-shot drill shot. Literally just 1, 2, 3, 4. Rather than the charge ones, which show 4 but fire pulses of 2 when you hold it down, this one is literally just the aim shoot. Ambition is an excellent weapon. Okay, that's fine then, sure. The angry German tried to capture us, but we escaped, chat. I mean, Kindian, you know that it's not like some kind of big take that the way to make hype trains succeed is to get the community hyped up, right? Ooh. How dare community members donate to the hype train? Ooh. I donate to Annie Fuchsia's hype train all the time. Is that a problem? I donate to Vicky's hype train. Is that a problem? Oh, I'm not a mod for Vicky, I guess, so it's obviously not fraud if you're not a mod. Like the angry German, that's Luther, because I wind him up. Oh yeah, Red. I know Red Terrix. I know it's childish, isn't it? They did wait till, you know, exactly, Luther. That's the joke. That's the best bit. Imagine a member of the community who's been part of the community for 6 years, contributing to part of a community effort, right? Weird. Yes, Luther. Yes, Luther, they are, because some people would literally rather do anything else other than go to therapy. You're trying to help source what plugin am I using for multi-chat? Meh. I said I would find it for you if you asked me during stream. You asked me during stream. So now I'm going to find it. I think it's RMTP. Here it is. This section. One second, Vicky. I haven't named it in line with the rest of my convention, which is a problem. Going to send it to Vicky. I'm fairly sure that's the one we use. Oh, and also copy link. This way Vicky can get closed captions. Right, there we go. I sent those across. Your brain is half functional. That's at least 25% more functional than 90% of brains. Good job, Pan Miyagi. Hello, I'm Chef Nugget.
By the beneficence of the esteemed Baron Harkonnen, those who carry the Landsrad favor may trade here.
I don't need the others. Why would you want to buy 5 Regis rocket launchers, for example? It's just kind of weird. Proto-Dog, so what should be happening is that the trade should be building up. Basically, you should be getting a 20% buff that stacks each week to the points that that Harkonnen are submitting. So if Harkonnen is still not winning, that's just a very unbalanced server. I'd be very impressed. I like how Vicky's grappling with GitHub's basic functions. Ones that I personally am not a fan of. Bear shield. Compactor. That can go into there. What are the drops? That link is quite rude. The drops can be found by clicking on the little image in the top right of your Twitch screen. And you can choose the option drops, and it'll tell you what the drops are for Dune by searching for Dune Awakening. It's that way you can see your progress towards them as well. The drops campaign ended? No, I think it said till August the 8th, if I recall correctly. It's not showing on the top right. Well, if you click your profile image and then go to drops, You might be in a mod view or in your own channel, so you'll need to go out into Twitch. Just go the distance. This is a classic. Take it easy to Snow. Thank you very much for being here, bud, and I will see you soon. You are always welcome. Have a good evening, bud. Yeah, or you can go to the Twitch inventory link. That's yeah, mod view and the streamer studio view. You can't see those. You have to go back to your channel before you can do that. There are new drops. Yeah, there are observer floors. No, observer windows, observer passageway, and observer stairs. So they match the original drops from launch, but they are part of the different part of the same set. Hey, Jay Psycho, while Thor's on holiday, we're not going into that stuff. I've already said everything I need to say on that matter. And in the name of giving everybody a break, I'm leaving off of it. I don't want Thor to have to watch or listen to bullshit. I like this loot there. These are neat. Although, with the way that the game works, I would end up probably backing in like this is actually a better way of... Because then you spawn behind it and you can just run in. Nice, yeah. Whee! Can I leave in bodies? Oh yeah, I can leave in bodies. Ooh. Ooh. Hmm. Things are doing good, thank you, Shadow Wolf. Let me just do this for Vicky. Okay, so Vicky, this is GitHub. GitHub is not that scary. You'll be seeing this when you click on it. You want to scroll down until you see these. These are your files. You are going to want probably the Windows installer because you're on Windows. So you can do the exe or you can get the zip. Downloads. Done. There you go, Vicky. Sorted. Torrance's Guide to GitHub complete. Yeah, GitHub is... I don't like GitHub, but I broadly know how some bits of it work. Vicky, too young to use Bebo and MySpace. SMH my head. But Vicky, did you see the instructions? Do you now know what you're doing? Is always force push to main the same as always test in prod? It has the same vibes as always test in prod. Okay, yeah, I thought it would. The we have a testing environment? Should probably repair the engine as well, that helps. Shuffle the big butt of my ornithopter over. Okay, now I can get on the roof. Okay, whatever. I still want to know what the mystery bottom slot here does. Skillets or frying pans depends on who you are. We call them both. If you've spent time in a kitchen or like learned anything proper, like kind of, yeah, you've been like in a restaurant kitchen, for example, you'll call it a skillet, but most people will call them frying pans. Like, so it's both. The answer. 6 seconds till water when we need that. That's... Hello. It's a beautiful kitten. Hello. It's a nice cat. So for those of you who haven't met him before, this is Bailey. He's a very good baby boy. He's 15. He's not technically mine, but I'm apparently his human. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, you're a good kitten, aren't you? I will be right back, chat. He wants his food bar changed. Give me a second. Hey, Vicky, maybe you should look at this. Maybe you should use the installer, which is directly above the zip. Maybe the installer would install it for you. I know that's wild. You can't find that. You just scroll down. You could also, at the top, do the word installer. I know, wild, right? Sometimes my own genius scares me. If not, I'm fairly sure this is what you're looking for. OBS Studio data, OBS plugins is I'm fairly sure if you extracted it, it will come out as this one. But the installer would just do it for you. The funny thing is that I don't actually know very much about streaming. I just know about my stream setup. So if you ask something about anything I've encountered, I'll tell you. Anything outside of that, we're all fucked. Oh. Right, back to Dune. I hate YouTube tutorials. I honestly, I would far rather you gave me a guide that I can read through with pictures that I can interact with, like, rather than a YouTube video which I have to keep pausing and unpausing. Like, awful. I hate how now if you Google any technical issue, it's like, here's a million YouTube videos that Google is pushing because they also own YouTube. Have fun. Awful. To be honest, I've started using the basic Brave search. And to be honest with you, I get much better results than I do on Google, just using the Brave basic search. I don't know why. The text-based walkthrough is a lost art, chat. Oh, you just ask Grok. Okay, that works. That makes sense. You probably can kill a squirrel, but like at that point, that's kind of an ass backwards way of doing it. Because at the end of the day, the AI is going to have the same interpretation faults as you might have upon watching the video. There might be. I'm not changing the playlist, Luna. The playlist is playing. I'll do suggestions later, but like, I'm not gonna cue music right now. But you're not having to go and find more. Can't do that now. Yeah, I really enjoy that when you've chosen to go and watch a video on a specific topic and they tell you at the start of video exactly what the video that you're watching is about, topic-wise, and you're like, I know, that's why I'm here. Okay, come on. ChatGPT running you through horse girl runs. That's... I can't even comprehend because I've not watched Horse Girl game. I'd say it's to keep myself spoiler free, and not just because it sounds horrifying, and I want to try and preserve as many brain cells as I can, so I can waste them doing other things. Like reading unban. Actually, I don't know why I'm trying to save the brain cells. To be honest, the brain cells are out. Ooh, somebody who's in damnation, not in purgatory. The reason your messages aren't getting through is because it means you're banned over on one of the channels with whom I share ban report history. So it either means you're banned on the pirate software side or you're banned on the ferret software side. Do you know which one it is? Will you save me some time? That's why chat can't see your messages.
Shields up! I see someone.
It takes a lot to get banned from the ferret channel. I'd be surprised. Misfires happen on Thor's channel all the time, so it's likely that. Which might mean they haven't put an unban request in. Because I processed all of them yesterday when I got back. So rather than literally answer the question, you saw that all I asked was where were you banned? Like which location were you banned from, right? That's what I asked. The response I got was, such a Discord mod type energy out until y'all can take constructive criticism like adults. I just asked where you were banned so I can go and look at what was going on. Like, why are you so mad? There you go. Like you guys, I'm gonna give you guys the interaction. Here you go. You can see it for yourself. People who claim that I make these things up because you know, they can't. Other people can't see chat. There you go. You can see that's my view of chat right there. Not banned. He's just restricted because he's banned somewhere else and is mad. In fairness, yeah, you know, B came in for food. He's likely gone to go and sleep somewhere comfortable. Yeah, you won't do because he's banned. They get put into what's called the restricted section, which means that they are basically pushed to a different, effectively chat feed than the one that you see. They're basically pushed to the moderator's feed, so the mods can see it and action them as needed. But Twitch chat doesn't need to, and it's normally designed for people who have, you know, you've got a shared channel. They've been banned for a reason that you know is, you know. That kind of person is not somebody you want around. It's designed to protect communities who have multiple channels. So it basically just links them. Because anyone who's been banned from the Ferret channel, for example, coming over here, they're coming here to cause trouble. Normally the same with Thor's channel. So whenever anyone comes into chat who's restricted, I click on them. Sometimes they're instantly cleared. That means that they were in purgatory, they were misfired upon, and Twitch hadn't yet recognized that they've been unbanned. If they're in damnation, that means that they've been judged and that they are still banned, which is the more interesting ones. Because that normally means that you either not put unban request in but come over here, which is strange, or your unbanning request was denied, and you've come over here to cause trouble. It's not like it's a difficult system to understand. You're going to be a dick in one place where someone works, so they're not going to be particularly inclined to speak to you when you go somewhere else that person works. I know it's a complicated idea. No, funny that. Yeah, it's not the only content I want to create is unban requests, funnily enough. But I'd rather not have to do unban requests at all. It would be nice if people just didn't, you know, get banned for being dick asses. I was going the wrong way. I didn't go according to plan. Let's put that down, and then we'll just do this. Oh, that's where they went. Okay. Fine. What was that? Knew there was someone else around. Who's got time in it? Like, we're all dealing with so much every day. Like, honestly, the people who have the time for all the hatred, I'm just like, Jesus, do you not find it exhausting? Like, got way too much spare time and energy. Rimworld will be happening in a bit. Yeah, we're just doing a fluid pumps run. I'm just chilling with chat, make sure people get their drops, that kind of thing. We're not doing Rimworld at all. Jeez, it's okay, Troytech. It's okay. There will be Rimworld. Don't worry. It's in the title still. If it wasn't planned, it wouldn't be in the title. What are you doing, character? Sometimes you can block those. Troytech confirmed sad at not being rimworlding yet. Sorry, Troytech. I require the blood of my enemies. I mean, the water of my friends. Most of the time, it's people who are curious about, like, what time do you think you'll play that? And it's just wording it poorly. That's all it is. Like, I understand. People want to know that Rimworld's still happening. Fine, not a problem. But I will always meme on it. Also, I need to destroy this. I need to regen stamina. Right, where's the flamethrower dude? Yeah, we want to burn this. We're trying to detonate this scrap buggy because it's basically just been sitting here for forever. Trying to get him to damage the chassis of it. I wonder if can I do this? Will this work? Will you... When this detonates, it's going to explode and kill me. It'll be very funny. See, that's the scrap vehicle next to it. This one's been claimed and just been pushed off. So I'm hoping if I can get it destroyed at the chassis level, it'll degrade. The chassis is still nearly full health. It's odd. This is why that vehicle damage thing is needed, because the chassis has taken almost no damage on this. So if I just sit here and just it soaks up a bunch of ammunition. No, that one respawns here. That's a scrap bag. That's meant to be here. This is owned by somebody because it can't be claimed. Flamethrowers are really good against vehicles normally. But if I do... See, the chassis is still not taking... Let's take up the chassis last time. Ow. That's not cool. The chassis is taking no damage at all from any of this. Can't damage it, not in a PvP zone, so I'm basically trying to use I'd have to use grenades, which I don't have unlocked, or I'm trying to get the NPC to do it, but apparently the NPC just can't. Because, you know, I can grab these are free, but it's just annoying. I know I don't need to get rid of it, yes. I don't want to claim the buggy in order to push it, though. Oh dear, Steel Generation. What's IGN said now? Something they can't hide. Right now. Oh, the comment section. Never read the comment section. That's the rule. Like, you don't have to. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Why? Oh my god, game. Did I get away with that? No, I didn't. Twitch chat isn't necessarily a live comment section because it's not people leaving comments, it's people having a chat interaction back and forth. A comment section is more like a forum. Forums are just comment sections, I guess. Holob, you are getting drops just by watching. You can get to them by going to twitch.tv/inventory, or you can just click on your little profile image in the top right of your screen and go to drops. Yeah, you can do that, Luna. You can send that. A forum. Yeah. Bound to be together. Bound to be together. Hey, Holub, thank you very much for the tier 1 gift. I appreciate you, buddy. It's awesome. Thank you. That video, yeah, so that video makes sense why they're gonna do damage. Like, you'll be killed if it does it. That person deserves to die to the worm multiple times over in that video, Luna. They make several very key critical mistakes in that. It was a very disappointing video to see from players. Are we out of fuel cells? What base is this? This is our repository base. Today the lights are working. So like, yesterday they weren't, or the other day when we were on they just weren't working, so... Oh, bugger. Double shit. Oh, Jesus, Abu, thank you very much for the donation, bud. I was like, shit, I'm out of fuel cells. Apparently not. And now we're full of light. Oh, big stretch time. You and me. Yeah, I mean, look, well, lighting is very important in a base, okay? Was that the perfect right amount to round that up? That's horrifying. That was also an awful run for fluid pumps. We only got 20 something. RNG fucked us there. Hydro Spice Pressed Latinum. See, Blutrinker, it's great, isn't it? Nellis would like to hear that from you. You should tell Nellis how much you like this this image. Do it, Nellis, you won't. Grand Nosgus Thork from the Thorengi. It looks like it has a flashlight shining his face at campfire late night. I love that. I would be clear, that's inside Pirate Software as an entity. And any company which I have naming rights within. HR will always be humanoid resources. Just to be clear, that's the name of HR. It's humanoid resources. Some of you don't count. It's okay, but some of you don't count. Maybe I don't count as well. actually I identify as water, so you know I'm a water humanoid. You could be a bug humanoid. Jake's a bug. Yeah, you guys are goblinoid. Goblins count as you know, they're part of the humanoids. Goblinoid's a subsection of that. I'm not necessarily merfolk. That's an assumption. You are a meat popsicle. I'd believe that. That's what we used to call corpses in Eve. Okay, that's fine. That's done. I don't need to carry all the spare stuff with me, but it's always so valuable when I do. That's the problem. Like, I don't have a huge amount of free inventory space, but I have the game down sorted. I can spend like hours out without having to come back to base or do anything like RTB. So the problem with most HR departments is that they protect the management and not the company. I think that's the problem is that when you're talking about HR, you're talking about a function. You're talking about you're talking about a session like sales or legal. The problem that you come to terms with in HR is that you're actually talking about individuals. The function is full of individuals, and your job is to manage individuals. You're not just a function. The default of the HR representative is always going to be to protect their job, which means protecting the business. That's how HR works. Yes, by its very nature, that is what HR is there for. But there is no reason that HR has to work against the individual. The real trick has to be that what is good for people and what the business wants needs to align. That's about putting your staff before you put things like profit. That's about culture. So unfortunately, HR is a cultural job. Like, HR is good if the culture is good. HR is bad if the culture is bad, is pretty much how it will always end up. You've been away for the last 7 weeks. Can you tell you where we're up to in the game? Bug fixes. Bug fixes everywhere. Less duping, less exploits, but it's basically, they've basically been fixing stuff. I just accidentally went pressure. Nice. Are there any giraffes? We want to see spice giraffes. Maybe that's the sunstroke talking. Thor's not been on for a while. He logs on to do his base, but he's hit a cap on the game. Like I'm only pushing this level up once a week. I'm coming in and checking on the community, doing a few bits and bobs. I'm not dedicated to the game long term. Like, I'm checking on it. I'm not playing it every single day. It's not the only thing I'm playing. It's just I haven't played it in over a week. Why are you saying I've got a new schematic? No spice tripping so far. That's nice. No tripping. If you get into a vehicle, it can basically cancel it, so I don't want to do that. Yeah, HR's a difficult job to do. ultimately, it's easier in a small company where you have to be that line of the manager being the HR is kind of, I think, in a lot of ways easier. I think dedicated HR is a very difficult position to be put in because you can't win. You can't put the individual first, which is the right moral, most of the time the right moral thing to do because you have an obligation to the company. But you also have to interact with that person in a certain way, and like that's not going to feel good. You know to do your job, you do have to do the job. Like, yeah, bit of a shit job, in my opinion. Also, yes, HR not necessarily being the most put together when it comes to decision-making processes happens quite a lot. There was an issue for a long time where you couldn't get it would sometimes cancel your spice delusions if you got into on top of sort of buggies. Yeah, HR's job is always to protect the company. Yeah, but it's not always an easy position to do. Come on, I want my hallucinations. I paid for these hallucinations, damn it. I took a dangerous psychoactive substance that allows me to see through multiple timelines. I expect to have some side effects. But I'll be honest with you, like, no matter which area of the company you sit inside your various workplaces, right? Everyone complains about everyone. Let's be fair. Legal complains about sales complains about legal, everyone complains about IT complains about everyone, everyone's complaining about everyone. Like, basically the way the corporate culture seems to have become. It's weird. Color has a U in it. Clear. Oh yeah, everyone hates management the most. Management are always the worst. That's how that functions. I've been there, Trev Francis, working in financial services regs. Yeah. It's raining. Look, it's beautiful. It's raining, chat. It's raining on Arrakis. Look at the rain. It's delicious. Delicious rain, chat. But need an umbrella, chat. Look, it's raining on Arrakis. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about the giant mana statues, you know, made of blue flame. This is okay. Why couldn't we have the nice jungle and, you know, all of the nice giant giraffes? Why do we have to have giant people fighting each other? And oh, they've always been okay, fine. Yeah, tripception. Yeah. Paul is basically doing the world's largest trip sitting job while we're all taking, we're all like small fragments of his consciousness also taking spice. Well, I feel like it might be a good time to switch to Rimworld, to be honest with you. Well, we are going to start a new colony today. Same scenario type as last time. Random animals, same kind of style, like 4 people. We'll play on a slightly higher difficulty. We'll do that. Deal generation, I'm going to put that into your mod comments, just so you know. added. Okay, bear with for a moment, chat. Whoop. Nope, let him spot that. We press done. Nope, you changed the category back, thank you. Rimworld. I then need to go to YouTube and tell YouTube that I've changed as well, because YouTube is difficult. Okay, that's that one done. Rimworld. Ooh. At the end. Wild animal procreation. Oh, can you? The raiders will now tend their own wounds, which is cool. And okay, and then we need to do. There was a button said about auto sort. There we go. Woogly woogly woo. Okay. Yeah, add all the mods, then auto sort, not auto sort as I go. Why would I do that? Okay. Oh, there's a bunch more. Okay, there's new ones. We're just gonna start with this one. So we did community builder. That was too easy. I'm gonna start adventure story. Because remember, I'm still new, and I've got new DLCs. Is gonna be excuse me. Is gonna be learning the new DLCs. Is that gonna be a pain to do with Randy? We can disable anomaly stuff. Too many. Learn the new DLCs on Cassandra, then switch to a proper run on Class. Okay, that makes more sense. No, we could do ambient horror. We want to learn the DLC. We don't want it to be the focus of the DLC. I don't really know. I'm just gonna turn it off. Like, too much new stuff in one go. We have got a queue of people who have got names to choose. Okay, Seed. I would like you to each put your favorite 4-syllable word into chat. We're going to choose a 4-syllable word. 4-syllable word. That's not... Not 4-letter. 4-syllable. Groom doesn't even meet either of those. So you can't use bride or groom. Not doable. Pyromancy, that's a good word. I am actually sinky, yes. Yeah, I sink. Sabu, spoiled by a small typo. Macaroni. We're gonna, you know what, we're gonna do macaroni. I like macaroni. Good job. Pollution. Hello, Ghost. I'm doing well, thank you. Cookie, that is an excellent reference, and to be honest, it's very tempting. Reticulating splines is in fact 4 syllables. Good job. Oh, hang on. I need to send a text to somebody of what I thought their 4 syllables would have been. Because they'll hate it. But Goblin D's Nuts is also a good one, to be fair. I'm assuming less pollution is better. Landmarks. Fuck it, we ride. Yes, we're playing with DLCs. Downloadable leg content. Because downloadable is one word. So normally, I think around here in the center was good in terms of the average temperature. That's a really stable temperature year round, geez. What's a high amount? Okay. Jeez. Garlands. So basically, we want somewhere that's low pollution, ideally. Year round, stable temperatures. Yeah, I don't necessarily want creek. I don't care that much about rivers, but actually having a small amount of hills was quite good. Rivers are good for fishing. What about this one, which is small hills with a creek? This is pretty ideal, right? Small hills, creek. The moving difficulty will be fine because I'll just move on to plains and then move on to the road. So getting to everywhere is fine. We're quite far away from other people, although these are going to be hostile, aren't they? Like, that's going to be hostile. That's going to be hostile. Are you friendly? Do we have anyone friendly around? Oh, God. Well, not exactly well thought of, but hey. Granite, limestone, and marble. Marble, granite, and sandstone. Okay, what difference does a headwater have versus a creek? That will cut the whole map in half. That will just have a spring on it, so probably better to have the headwater. I mean, they both have marble and granite, so it's sandstone versus limestone. Headwater is going to be the source of the creek, so that's like kind of a spring. The river will cut the map. So I might try the headwater axe. It sounds like it's an interesting spawn, to be honest with you. We'll leave ideology off. It's just easier. Okay. 4 people. Oh, okay. Oh, geez. So we actually have a level of choice over these. We can choose like what faction they are. Oh, wait, what? You can choose what they... This is really cool. So basically, Sanguinophage, those are vampire. That's a vampire. We're going to start with baseliners, and if we receive additional ones, that'll be quite cool, right? We can learn as we go. Having a plants person who's kind of skilled across the board is quite helpful. This will be fine. We can deal with that. So Dawson, you'll come with. I like the high animal score, but... I never know the best way of doing all of this, to be honest with you. There's just so many different factors that you just... I'm basically just vibe choosing them. Like, no way. Like, geez. Like, no dumb labor or skilled labor. Like, Wait, you can custom tailor your colonists. That would be quite fun. Especially if I'm starting with... What was that called? Prepare carefully. Because this is kind of one of my least favorite parts of Rimworld, I'll be honest with you. Like, having to roll over and over again until you get tolerable... Oh god, there's so many of them. Jeez. Why can I not find the English version? EDB, prepare carefully, they're nice. Right, okay, we're just gonna quickly restart the game, chat. Means we might lose our macaroni, we should be able to remember it, right? Do a quick ads. Oh, character editor. Let me look at that one as well, character editor. Okay. Character editor, yeah, character editor looks like it functions throughout the gameplay, which is kind of a weird choice. I guess if people want to like edit their characters as they go, it's useful, but I'll probably use prepare carefully just because it only lets me change it at the start. Whoop. I didn't enable it, damn it. Oh, use your brain, Kronos. God damn it. Oh. Every time. Slightly horrifying. Whoop. So what's a grayed out trait, K-Van? So it's a trait that doesn't actually have an effect. You're just using it to basically reduce the amount of information that's forcing you to pass each time. Oh, I have no idea where that place we found was. Was it this one? Oh, yeah, look at that. Jeez. Okay. Okay. Oh, we've got 32 requests for using the name in game. That's pretty impressive, to be honest. Protech, are you here? What would you like your character to be good at doing? What would you like? Be a story writer, test subject, vat-grown soldier, war refugee. You have to be quick. You just basically tell me like one role. Like you can do animals or plants. And I'll make that the focus of the character. Let's be quick. Well, headphones, I'm using the Corsair Virtuoso Pros, I think. Okay, so how much control do you have? So what do these points... Okay. Cool, that's a lot of equipment. That seems like a lot of equipment value, actually. That could be a problem. Is that the point system which the game uses to determine the difficulty and like your wealth? Because if so, we could have an issue. We've started with something that's valuable. Interesting that stuff has... Okay, well... Does this control... Okay, so we can set these. Okay. This is... just seems kind of broken. You can start this with really overpowered characters, is basically what I'm kind of seeing here. Fine. Okay, we're not having Space Trafficker. I'm not letting you have anything which, like, disables something. That's not right. That's not right. You can have... How much is normal on... Oh, so basically up to 4 in any kind of combination. So 2 and 2 is kind of fair to have 2 big fires, 2 small fires. Like that kind of thing. That's pretty normal. Is this kind of... You don't think, like, starting off with possessions and titles isn't worth it? We just kind of... There you go. Like that. The way to get 0 in every skill. That seems awful. Why would you do that? Also, I like Troitex Green and Mohawk. That's going to be great. So you can... Okay, this is making more sense. Okay, so you can choose them. So if it was like Boy Soldier, for example. Oh god, you could spend like weeks choosing a really fun, like kind of like role playable or setup things. Oh, that would be... Okay, we've got, is Sindri 94 in? Are you in, Sindri? If Sindri is in, then Sindri can make some choices about their character. If not, then we'll just make some assumptions and choices. Like a doctor or like a medic. Oh wait, can we make him... Is the favorite color... I want to make it so that this character's favorite color is Troitex Mohawk's color. I just feel like that would be really neat. Oh, you don't have the same kind of... That'll do, yeah. That's close enough, right? Green to green. You can have super immune, why not? What's a Yatkin? Blacksmith or chief engineer, good at crafting for you. Okay, so we'll do this one. So this one is going to be... Sindri 94. Thank you very much for your redeem. Let me mark that as complete. There we go. Right, so we want you to be some kind of blacksmith. So let's see if we can get like apprentice, maybe? Apprentice smith? Perfect. Blacksmith, potentially. There you go. Can get you fully into blacksmithing. You wanted crafting high... What else did you say? You said... Blacksmith, chief engineer, and good at crafting for you. Okay, so... We'll get rid of your hearing loss. You can't be that good at that many things. We're probably going to take... We're going to take away your shooting ability. We'll make you better at melee. You'll be a melee king. How about that? We won't let you be socially inept either. Oh, there's some cracking... I could do that forever. That would be dangerous. They're all getting quick sleeper and one other positive one. That's what we're doing. Industrious? Oh yeah, industrious for crafting. That makes loads of sense. That would be cool. Animals. Okay. So we've got plants and animals, construction, mining, be good at something. So we've got shooting and medical. Construction and mining we've kind of got down enough. Plants, animals we've got. More melee. Mining, you can go up on mining. We don't have anyone for, like, intellectual yet. Wait, are these guys... How do they not have an adulthood? Is that normal, chat? Just not have an adulthood option? Okay, so basically it's just going to kind of like freak out because... They don't gain it through this menu. Basically their menu isn't... Ah, there you go. I can force it by doing it that way. Thanks, Draz. Good job. You go to 25. You're allowed to have feelings and you understand shit theoretically at 20. I don't know if that's true at all anymore. Who we've got here? We've got Null Wolf. Null Wolf, are you here? Or Fujikawa, are you also here? Null Wolf or Fujikawa? What mod list? I'll create one at some point. Space Nerd? Sounds great. I don't think either of them are here, so we'll probably just do some random ones that kind of work. Do they add more of these in each DLC? Or are some of these, like, do mods? I imagine mods must add more of these kind of presets as well. There must be millions of options. Null Wolf and Fujikawa. Either of them. Which happened to be a Navy Pathfinder? Okay. And your adult was, I don't know. We want an artist of some kind. Like an intellectual and an artist. Once you're happy with everyone, if you want the option of kids in the playthrough, go back and tweaking everyone so they're in the... Oh, okay, so the younger... I mean, how much of a pain are kids to deal with in the early game? Because that's normally pretty damn tight. I'm no expert on, obviously, the early game, so it could be a bit tight if they start having kids immediately. A gnome biologist, they study gnomes. Oh, no, okay, they're a garden gnome. Firefighting, cooking, and cleaning. It's almost tempting, right? Like, a gnome biologist? Null Wolf, the gnome biologist. I feel like this is okay, this is happening. Oh, you used them. Oh. Oh, you already have Quick Sleeper. That means you can have... Normally roll, but you've got the ones you need anyway. You keep the kids happy, they can learn a fuck ton of skills. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, tortured artists. What does that do? Oh, permanent mood effect. No, I don't want to be dealing with a bunch of those. Let's take Ironworld again. Oh no, we're going to take Joyous, the gnome biologist of Joyous, the ability to inspire people. When you say check game dev, what do you mean? I'm gonna need some more information, Daroisha. Like, what do you mean by check game dev? That's just 2 words. What? The backstory? Just make a ticket, Daroisha. I don't know what you mean. I don't want to communicate via Twitch chat. For that, anything important. Okay. Null Wolf the biologist. A gnome biologist specifically. You are an intellectual. Wait, how high do skills go? 20. Jeez. Yeah. Okay, if it isn't important, then fine. Okay, and then we've got there's too many I's and J's in this, so we're just gonna copy and paste that one in. Yeah, Fujikawa, there we go. We'll put a capital in it though. What's the matter? What's the matter? So we've got we've got shootings, we've got melees, we've got... Okay, that's not many people who can actually construct. You've got quite low skills across the board. You can also have this. I feel like that makes more sense. Boy soldier, not that intellectual. We've got 1.5 constructions. Mining, we've got somebody at... Do we have a cook? Cooking 4, cooking 4, cooking 0, cooking not available. Okay. God damn it, we need a cook, chat. You don't need to go above skill level 20, that's insane. Plants and animals is already pretty big. Medical, social. You can have cooking as well. How about that? Something you learned as a medic. But that will mean that you're not having social. So the next person will be Diesel. Okay, so we've got shooting, melee, construction, mining, cooking, plants and animals, crafting. Okay, I think we're good. Oh god, there's also... Oh, you were saying to change their ages, weren't you? We're basically going to be sending a bunch of millennials onto Arrakis. That's basically what we're doing, right? See, yeah, the 60s isn't going to work there. Make sure the cook isn't a cannibal. That's always a good shout, actually. Yeah, you know what? You're right. 3028, 3028. Farmhand, spaceship salesman. Deeply funny. Actually, you've got a decent amount of melee. Nice. There are no drops in Rim. I don't believe there are any Rimworld drops available at the moment. So theoretically, could we say? How would you add a relationship? You can't have like married with, etc. Oh, you can. Okay. You could, for example, do Fujikawa, Beyonce, wait, they've got compatibility. We can do dating. Palras, thank you very much for the raid of 9 viewers. Welcome on in. I've just discovered that they have objective rating scores for their compatibility, so I can experiment on my population and start setting them up and make my own dating show. Forget about we're starting with 2 couples who they went on a holiday together and things have gone horribly wrong. They went on, you know, a pre-marriage holiday, you know, two couples together, and unfortunately things are going to go horribly wrong. Rubber Duck, thank you very much for your resubscribe with Prime. You've been here for 2 months. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate the support. You're awesome. Okay, equipment. What do we start with? Silver, pack of survival meals, medicine, sniper rifle, assault rifle. Recon armor. What is recon armor? Jesus, that rolled high. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the marine armor then. Their insurance company has covered them well. Not very well on weapons, but they're being sent with armor. Greetings. I have questions. The Spectre, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You are awesome. Thank you very much for the subscription. You're awesome. This is confusing because Fausto is age 65 and Walsh is age 62, but that's a parent relationship. Prior sleep. There you go. Thank you. Oh, the aging brackets of the chronological. That makes more sense. Thank you for that. Otherwise, I'd be concerned. So, look, you know, they're not... Oh, wait, I've done this the wrong way around. That needs to be Null Wolf. So look, basically, it's two brothers and sisters have met each other, gotten married, or, you know, fallen in love, and they're going away on a couple's holiday together, and it's all gone horribly wrong. That's the setting. We've got 4 chickens. Wait, can I get a rooster instead? Okay, so I'm just gonna get a random roll of goo. Okay, so I don't know. Okay. I'm fine with everything else. You're getting an ad for a Lego knockoff. Interesting. You're back. What the fuck? I'm not sure I need the power to make a mechanoid army, I'll be honest with you. That's too much power for me. Bioferrite sounds like iron that you get from blood. Looking at all the interesting items in the game, to be honest with you. I had no idea that was, you know, a lung. So you said mech-link, so I imagine I'll discover this as I play through. Oh, you can build turrets, that's cool. Monitor lizards, okay. There's a lot of this that I've just never gotten to. You could ostrich. Do we want chickens? Do we want ostriches? No, we should start with chicken. That's a fairer start. Ostriches we work to. Wait, what's cataphract armor? Is cataphract armor better than recon armor, chat? You can use exclamation point YouTube, but it'll work. Very late game. Okay, so the recon armor is like light power armor, and the cataphract armor is like heavy power armor. Oh, marine is better. Okay. So basically, you've got Space Marine armor is recon, you've got Terminator armor is marine, and you've got Cataphract armor, which is basically like dropping a Custodes on someone. Okay. Fine with that, for the record. Dropping Custodes on people. So the marine having a moose is exactly like Terminator armor, which is like generally kind of more ponderous. Like, man, maybe Centurion armor. Oh. Excuse me? Mum says it's my turn on the torture crown, chat. 1 second. A gold torture crown. Yes. We don't need that. A tuna. There was someone said it was a shock lance. Do you need somebody who is psychically attuned for this to work? That's only 2 charges. Yeah, nah, we'll learn one of those in the game. That sounds like it's cool, but yeah, not limited use. We'll make sure we've got this the right way around, so we're not accidentally committing, you know, something unreasonable. Okay, so Project Incendiary, Fujikawa, Null. You're all the right ages: 28, 28, 30, and 30. Wait, that doesn't make sense. That makes more sense. That's very rude of you, Wolf. How dare you? Okay. 1 second, chat. Nice. Start. Are we sure we're ready, chat? Are we ready? Are all of you ready for potential war crimes? Maracas, indeed, Johnny. That's what we're doing. I could do that too, Johnny. Nice. Potential war crimes. Remember, all crimes are potential war crimes. Wait. Okay, this is not where I probably want to be. We have any some small structures. I feel like up here in this section here is probably my best early game shout. We've got some rich soil so we can grow some early game crops. We've got a couple of structures that we can kind of co-opt. We've got access to compacted machinery. There's a lot of steel here. We've also got access to the granite. Do we have marble? Yeah, we've got marble nearby as well. I don't think we've got ancient friends in here. I'd hope not. We can set up a choke point here easily for anyone that comes in this corner, and then we can basically just wall off here and kind of here. And we basically give ourselves like a nice kind of... Oh, it's... Okay, what about in this gap instead then? In this little U shape, it's slightly more covered, I guess? We can just mark this area here as storage temporarily. The ancient friends are on the eastern edge. Oh. Sorry, it's the turn. Oh, there's also an anima. Oh, you're not meant to build near anima trees though, are you? That's really poorly located. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Is this a problem? Drop it down, no longer a problem. Okay, we like that. Okay, we're getting it started in the central area then. Been the first day hauling, basically. Oh, what animals do we start with? We started. What is? Did we start with a saber-toothed tiger? A scimitar cat? What's this one? A warg. Okay, you happen to weird pet, right? Yeah, I just have a warg, you know. Oh, lovely dog. What breed is it? Oh, it's a warg. Warg. Well, okay, you're just gonna train this to attack the target. And the dogs, you can learn to haul. Oh, comfort. Oh, that's cool. The dogs can learn to comfort. Oh, okay. And then the chickens are chickens. Excuse me. Furniture. Oh, there's lots of new furniture. Duh. I'm assuming they're going to want double beds. The room is too... I'm not going to put the horseshoe pin inside the room. What? The horseshoe pin goes outside. Why would you have the horseshoe pin inside the room? What? I worry about all of it. Look at this. Look, it's a pet. Friend. Furniture. Animal sleeping spots. Nice, okay. Ah, that makes sense. It makes more sense that that's what you thought it was, to be fair. Oh, that's a problem. Can one build on mud? Foundations, yes. That was a bridge, but I guess it's the same thing. You should research heavy load foundation. Okay, that's going to be... So what? So I can't do that yet? Oh god, that's a lot of mud that's in the way. No. No, this isn't going to work. Awful. Is that really mud underneath there again? I'm just gonna... Ugh. So are they all wearing the armor? They are. I just need to probably tell them what they should actually be equipping. So you've got 5 and 5 and 10. So you are melee. Where's the other club? They can only have one weapon at a time, can't they? Yeah. Yeah. More mods? No, we don't need any more mods until it crashes. That's horrifying. Yeah, we're doing well so far. Don't want that to be made of steel. We want to save the steel. We will likely need to cut down some trees. Sidearm mod. Okay. Hang on. Let me... Every time you guys point out a mod, I just need to go and install it so I can just enable it for the next time. Workshop. It's called Sidearms. Simple Sidearms? Is that the one? Nice. Okay. Sweet. Why are they just all scattered around? Make a sloth, please. Hello. Hi. Little baby cat, have you come to say hi to chat? What's up, little guy? Hello. Yeah, who's a good baby? Potato. What's up, baby? Meow. You're such a good boy. Such a loud cat. Sorry, chat. He's being fed. Expanded prosthetics and organ. What's that one? Meow. Hi. Yeah, just shouty little baby. There's a human in the food room, so he's excited. Are you guys really collecting? Oh, you should probably collect that steel as well. Edge. I'm glad they can swim though. That's fun, I guess. A 40k tech priest playthrough would require EP or BPOE would work. Okay. Oh, I'm not a big fan of the amount of granite walls that are there, to be honest. Five. I tend to leave like 3s. I tend to not get them to do, but 4s and 5s, I'll put it as a 4. Just in case. Who is not good enough? Okay, growing is important. Cooking is more important. Handling, eh. Research, kind of important. A 2, I guess. You haven't got a 2. Your priority is the blacksmith will be craft. Protect the salesman, is that social? No. Plants. Oh, I can't move that? Damn. Okay, in that case. Hello. Hey. You're a beautiful kitten, aren't you? Look at this lovely cat. So sweet. Yeah, little quack. Let's reduce the speed on this so it doesn't go wrong as quickly when I look back. We're just going to pause it while I pet you. So for those of you who haven't met Bailey before, this is Bailey. He's 15. He's a sweet baby boy. It's a good kit. Good job, no more under. Nice one. Hi, Bailey. He might get settled now. We let him chill. More cat for chat, which I think everyone is probably happy for. Oh. I didn't expect them to do that quickly. We need to make a little structure that we can use to keep our bodies in. Except that's the wrong material to make it from. Is wood a better or worse insulator for a freezer than steel will be? Same. Okay, let's make it out of wood then. It's cheaper. I'm not sure if my little freezer idea will work, although to be honest, I can make it larger. May as well make it one cell larger. I didn't think this very far ahead, but I probably could have done a cool design for the freezer area. Why have you put... Okay. That's meant to go in the egg box, but fine. I did not rename the big cat yet. Mostly because I would be very, very sad if I make a big cat called Bailey and it passes away. That would suck. Like yesterday we lost 2 cats. It was the saddest part of the day in Rimworld, to be honest with you. That was built remarkably quickly. Now, the area with water flow could have been used to get hydroelectric power, but that's the wrong direction from us. So we're going to need another form of power. We want to go zone, build roof area. We'll make a small porch. It runs between these. We can go power. Who would fired one of those? Hey, baby. hey. You want more fuss? Oh, I've moved the camera away so people can't see the magnificence of Bailey. Yeah. You're such a good boy. Meow. Are you heading off? Oh, you want to clean? Okay. It's very difficult to get things done when there's a beta pair. I will be honest with you. He's exceptionally cute. So, Null Wolf is our trader. Oh, hello, you're back. You just wanted to clean, did you? Okay. Okay. It's a lovely baby. Yes, you are. Indeed, cat content. He's so adorable. I just love him. Let's see what they've got to trade. Oh, we probably could have waited till they got closer, but hey. Sounds horrifying. Jump packs. Can't afford that yet, although that would be very cool. Jump Marines. I'd rather keep our weapons as spares, to be honest. There's nothing really here that's worth trading. One of the chickens is bonded? Okay. Oh, two of the chickens are bonded to Fujikawa. Okay. So you've got... Fujikawa has a husky and 2 chickens. Good job, Fujikawa. Proud of you. Oh, B is 100% the best streamer, yes. I'm going to claim these. These are mine now. Are you from a faction? You are a faction. Yeah, there's a kitten here. You're not assigned to constructing. Extreme exhaustion, but you've got a bed. Why is one of the chickens called Killer? I'm concerned. I just think it's right for the bonded animals to sleep at the feet of their bonded humans, right? It just makes sense. No, there is no redeem to pet the cat because if, for example, you know, he's asleep, I don't want someone to redeem it and then to get annoyed or upset that I'm not going to pet him while he's fast asleep, because I just won't do that. Bye-bye, baby. It's all right. We've got another chance today, was you've got plenty. There's a bit of a queue, but there's we'll get there. People will die. It will happen. He is late. He's gone back for the snack. I can hear him eating. It's very funny. Okay, so are you deteriorating? No, you guys are all roofed. Fine. Is this functioning? We can get this down to freezing temperature. Prioritize deconstructing this. Why do you guys like being in the corpse freezer so much? Okay, so now we need to do animals. We need a map. We need an area. New area. I want to call this the farm. Well, that was easy. Not. Oh, wait, the pen's... That's why. Don't allow chickens. This is just the birds. So we get turkeys. There's a surprising number of birds in here. Geese, emu, duck. A dromedary is definitely a chicken. The cassowary. Probably missed one or two. That might be good. This is for birds only. Oh, we're just going to call it Birdworld. I feel like a fallen monolith that's got like dead bodies by it is probably not a great thing to interact with, right, chat? God damn it. Have we got any leather now? That's the question, because that was the problem before. We didn't actually have any fabric of any kind. We need to go and get some cloth. Which likely means we need to go hunt something to get leather. Animals, what do we got out here in wildlife? Oh god. Let them get to their beds, come on. Wait, so we have zombies now? Nice. Okay, so are the zombies worth hunting or doing anything with? They're part of anomaly, we can capture them. Okay. It's like on the DLCs then. So are we now cooking food? Are we food maxing? Nice, okay. I'm not ready to get into genes and xenotypes yet. Okay. Eggs on the way. Unfertilized, so okay. Where are the male chickens? Okay, who is meant to be on grow? The Hawk study, that sounds horrifying. At the end of the day, like, it is kind of a thing where lots of mods start out as, you know, DLC. Sorry, a lot of DLC ideas start off as mods. It's why I like what Divinity Original Sin 2 did so well when they just added mods in to be officially supported, and they came in packs that were basically just released with each DLC. They just like, here are some cool ones that you can enable if you want them to. Love it. Oh, there's structure, animal flaps. Oh, actually, no, cancel that one. We don't, if we can only have one because of limited resources, we're going to want to have one that's in the middle here. Okay, we're planting food. I don't think we want... Do we want dark archaeotechnology? Is this archaeotech shard worth gathering? Because this sounds terrifying. It sounds like it will deteriorate our psychic abilities. You do what we want it. There are full sentences. Nah. Yeah, I will likely dig into the stone to make some caves and stuff. I will want it later, okay. I'm just gonna leave this body to rot, though. Oh. Odd. Hello, travelers. Oh. Are these gonna do it? This is just gonna explode. Why is it flashing red? That sounds deeply concerning. Okay, so this is a bit of a problem. I've heard that if I do a... Oh, see, that's not a barrier, though, is it? That's gonna be a problem. Oop. I don't know if that's going to work for my people. They'll go on the path and then invaders will go through the traps. We have to name our faction. We'll do it after the break. It is indeed a warg. Yeah, we rolled lucky. I'm fine with clues. Clues and information is helpful. I mean, yeah, better having the murder pooch on our side than against us. But there's also this saber cat thing, which is cool as well. I'm not convinced this will work, but hey. This is a song for someone. I don't know if that'll work either, but we're going to give that a try as well. Okay, we've got berries coming in. We're growing food. We've got chickens that are reproducing, which is very helpful. Animals. We want to manage the auto slaughter. We want the maximum of food. Why are we down to 2 chickens? We're not. Wait, what? Okay, the game just doesn't recognize that we have multiple chickens, which is kind of alarming, but fine. Which 2 does the game not recognize that we have? Why doesn't it tell us which ones they are? Wait, we've got 2 huskies, so theoretically we could be breeding huskies too. The huskies are both female? What? Oh, they are. Damn. We need to get a male husky. I thought Gumdrop was a male. Bother. We will make it work. We'll find another husky. It's 2025. If 2 huskies, you know, you wanna, you know, whoever, then fine. Okay, the other thing we're gonna do, animals, we're just gonna... You know, having them on a home doesn't work. That won't work, and to fix that. They can go everywhere. Everywhere else is fine. Just not like, don't go in the traps. We can make this work. You shouldn't even be in that area. Weird. Okay. Okay, we're doing okay so far. Next step, tunneling our way. Well, let's let them catch up with all their tasks first, because we're a little bit behind on certain tasks, like cleaning. They haven't done. Speed up transit slightly. Sindri is pregnant. Good job. Oh wait, geez, that was quick. How quickly do kids grow in this? And second question, can we put children in, say, like an animal bed temporarily? Just asking for a friend, like, you know, maybe they could live in a plant pot. Child play areas. This sounds like it's going to be awful. Oh, crib makes sense. Outside? We want another furniture, animal sleeping spot. We want power. We want hidden conduits to run underneath this. They get their own furniture until they hit 3 years old. Okay. Permanent summer, I'm fine with that. We haven't got the materials for food. Okay, we're just working off survival meals temporarily while we build up. Kind of hate that, but whatever. We need to go production. It's one dude, but he's got a knife. Do we want to send... Should we send Fujikawa after them? The 10 shooting, 10 melee guy? I'm just going to see if we can do one man. What's the range on this? Oh, wow. That's a pretty good hit. Well, okay. Effective, I guess. What does extracting the skull do? Hey, congratulations, Silvergore. Getting the large spice refinery is a massive achievement to do solo. You're doing really well. I think it's a skull, but I'd like to know that if I take skulls and like they have like bionic eyes, can I take their bionic eyes? I like how it's awful. Nice. Impoverished and ugly. Hey, better than nothing, right? We can now research things, which is a good step. Heavy Bridges, nice, there we go. Is that Kevin Bridges' brother? Nice, okay. Is there anything on the map worth taming? Okay, we might have an issue. Let's hunt some more things. Animals. Wildlife. This sounds like a really bad idea. Wait, no, this is how you get the spaceship. Mondhider, no, that wasn't a misfire. Don't worry about it. You're good. So we kind of want this. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Are these worth grabbing the corpses of and storing them somewhere, chat? The mechanoids? I don't know anything about them. Free steel. Okay, so we need to make a little... It's okay. Just shot the whole front right leg off of it. Okay. Fine. Who does all the cooking? Fujikawa also does the cooking. Okay. So you want to leave some gazelle meat for the dogs. That's basically what we need. What do you mean? Can they not eat frozen meat? Oh, they don't have access to the freezer, of course. Good point. Well made. Thank you. Oh, they'll eat the packaged survival meals. Okay. We're not far off of batches of chickens. Which is good. Oh, not this again. We want a bridge. Ah, bridges and structure. It's Felix Smellyhurst. How's it going, Felix? How you doing, bud? You doing good today? A little sleepy. Oh. You can't make windows in this, can you? Oh, Felix has to work. No eeping for the Felix. I can't believe somebody put you on to work. That's so rude of them. Oh, that's a shame. It would have been nice to give the prisoner a little window to sit there looking out of, remembering what it looks like to be free. Maybe I'm a bit rude. I'm just gonna order this whole things. Fine. An alpaca self-tamed. I wasn't really ready for alpacas yet, but they have a habit of doing this, don't they? I mean, how much space have you got? Can you take an alpaca? Yeah, okay, temporarily you can deal with an alpaca. Only one alpaca, though, we're not having two. Now we can dig into the side of the mountains. Cinder is a mining beast. This is great. Oh, we're about to get a batch of chickens. 1.5 days, we'll get Jute Frenzy. Okay, that's just awesome. Let's see wildlife. Let's go hunt some of the male boars. 1 year, 10 years, hunt. We've only got female gazelle left. That's a problem. She's being chased by a man hunting hare, chat. Are we going to help this praetor out? Oh, we've got ads. Whoop. Like Windows 95, yeah. I'm sure the mods have doors. Some of them might even be remote. Welcome back after the ads, chat. Great seeing you all here. We've got 666 viewers, my favorite number. Don't tell the Catholic Church. Our secret. We've accepted a quest to defend this lady from a mad bunny. Word of Serenity. Short psychic sleep. You could probably fight the bunny by yourself with just that. Okay, now we can start making us the mad bunny. It's way faster than she is. You're forgetting who my doctor is. Medical. Null Wolf? Oh, okay. Okay, well, allow self-tend, yes. Oh god, really? Fine, whatever. Are we out of... Okay, we cannot run out of wood. That's bad. That's real bad. You only got savaged by a little bunny. Nice. Ceremony. Freeholder. Okay. We don't need to do the ceremony yet. Not bothering with that. We're out of power, which is not good for our food supply. Okay, you're all carrying... Okay, wood's coming back. Fine. That's why we need to work on research batteries. Steel's really flammable, isn't it? That's the problem. Cancel all that. We need to make stone. That's what we need. Like any stone blocks. Be forever. We need a bunch of stone. Sindri, get stone carving. Your high crafting levels. Soon we shall make sandstone and granite walls. Sandstone wall is 0% flammability, 420. Granite wall. Stronger, heavy terrain. A lot of work to build, but it's gonna be more hit points, more fireproof, so we're gonna make a granite wall in here. I haven't got enough. Down. Like 10 granite blocks. Am I doing okay so far, chat, do you think? We could do with some more settlers, really. Is that an otter? That's a mink. Hunt. I really don't want that mink hunting my chickens, so... And there we go, 10 chickens, one day. Soon we'll be chicken maxing. Repairing the walls. Inside the mountain, I see far. Nice, okay. Now we're starting to get there. Yes, it's better. Deal. How's it? How are the wargs? Yeah, the warg and the snowcat are both bonded. Yes. Savage animals. Can we fight 8 man hunting squirrels? I poison synthesis. Yo, Jade was quite good last time. We made a jade stone carving that was really good for the mood of our players, of our characters. So I like the jade. The poison looks quite cool though. Half the remaining, actually just save some on research. So catch you later, Bearful. Take it easy, bud. I can probably just sell that. I'm gonna do it for the jade. God, there's so many options down here. Hey, Troytech, welcome to the stream. Look, you're here. Look at you, Troytech. You were a farmhand, then you became a spaceship salesman. Good job. You're very social. Very good with plants and animals. You're very good with animal and vegetable and only okay at mineral, just so you know. Perfect. Any second now, we should be getting a bunch of very angry squirrels attacking us. So that's a whole thing. And we're about to have 11 chickens. I think they only need like 5 hours of sleep, don't they? For with fast sleeper, quick sleeper. But 2/3 normal time. They don't need 8 hours, so we'll try 5. It might be that we need 6. Where did the squirrels go? We're out of steel. That's a problem. But not for us. Cancel that one. The one close to home is better. Although it's going to ruin our research room, but we're not doing any research right now, so it's not going to bother. You ate the squirrels? That was rude. I wanted those for food. Null Wolf's a great character because we've got high social, but also really high melee. So, if they turn out to be a shitter, they're going to get thumped. Oh yeah, lemmings are real. Yeah. Is the unnatural power to deform the flesh of living creatures, causing interrupted to piles of twisted meat. Is this a thing? What does it mean? Is he some kind of traveler from the gods? So I was just dealing with a unban request. So it could be anything, basically, is what we're saying. Am I able to look at their bio before they join? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think this is worth it. That ability is cool, but like we've got weaponry and their stats are shit. They're misogynists, so I'm going to go with nah. Sorry, I know that your mood won't like that. Oh, I'm not sure if we told Null Wolf that they're a gnome biologist. Did we train our animals to do hauling? Oh yeah, there's just so much hauling to be done. Okay, dry thunderstorm isn't good. I don't like those ones. We see a fire, we have a problem. Our settlement is made of wood. There we go. Rain is much better. In 0 days. Chicken explosion. Chicken explosion. Look at them all. Okay, we actually have way too many. Nice. Deeply funny. There are the squirrels. It took them long enough. I'm not sure we'll get there in time. Are you being swarmed by squirrels? Well, they've got scaria. Jeez. I assume I shouldn't eat these. Okay, the scarier ones can't be butchered. I don't know about shelves. I forget about them every single time. Although I did have quite a big wood shortage at the start of the game, to be fair. This is the way you organize things, right? Damn. You mean these, Jade? We have no more medicine left in storage. Oh, we have no more herbal medicine, yeah. Harvest stuff that's ready. Shelves for storage. Our chicken army grows stronger, chat. Let's see, manage auto slaughter. So we've got 7 young male chickens. Ridiculous. We only need 2 adults. Enough females though, it's good. You are welcome. I'm glad that it makes it. I'm assuming shelves work in here for food as well. Preoccupied. This is all deteriorating, which isn't great. I'm assuming that's a bad thing. Or does that just smell? Corpse bile, like, nice, delightful. We love that. Hey, Troytek and Sindri are getting married. Congratulations. We should probably have made a marriage spot, but hey, they're going to get married wherever they want in the living room. Nice. Get married at the kitchen table. Proud of you guys. Okay. Cool options, I guess. Thorengi, he's here for the spice press latinum. He's heard that we're bird maxing chat and he is unimpressed. The rules of Thought-quisition must be obeyed. I'm a question to the world. Welcome back from your age-mandated nap. I hope you enjoyed yourself. How are they doing on task? And not enclose. There we go, better. This is from the objectively, like, best Disney film. Treasure Planet is banging. That doesn't sound great. Weird shapes coming from the monolith. We're still gonna be fine. We're just gonna wait. We don't need to go touch that. If I've learned anything from watching The Mummy, I know full well that touching strange monoliths and tombs that you don't need to before you're ready is not a good idea. Did anybody have a mad quail on their bingo card? To have interest. I'm worried about the mad quail. We've got the sniper out for the mad quail, chat. We can do it. He's taking aim. Oh, he missed. Oh, there you go. Dead quail. Dequailed, chat. Dequailed. I didn't. Okay, I should have paid more attention to that. But we don't want rotten. We only want food in there. Don't need stones being stored in the freezer. What do we got? Lots of marble blocks. We can save marble blocks for building flashy things. We've got quite a lot of granite, quite a lot of sandstone, so we'll make a couple of sandstone and granite structures. Have a large batch refinery as a sand crawler worth feasible for solar. I'd still think that doing an assault ornithopter and just hover mining is a very efficient way of doing that. I'll be honest with you. Fujikawa, are you okay? I thought that you were genuinely stuck in the wall there. Although I think you might be stuck there. I like how they just fenced Fujikawa in. They didn't really care about, you know. Could you guys? We probably need another freezer, like output. I don't. I put that down. We can work with that. But no, one. Fujikawa and sorry, I didn't even see the warnings that you guys were like they were all getting married. To be fair, if I touch a backlog that no cleaning is getting done, and it's becoming a problem. Are you guys attacking during the marriage ceremony? You just what? Let's hope that you guys can finish. Excuse me. You guys can finish the marriage ceremony before, you know, like. It's very rude to invade and attack during the marriage ceremony is dishonor upon the family of Molorg. They're gonna go around my wall, aren't they? Oh no. Okay, let's see how they do. Okay, that's a problem. It's Fujikawa's and Wolf's wedding? Social. I don't know. Don't let them throw a grenade. Knock them out, come on. What else do they drop? Frag grenades, we'll take those, so we don't want to leave those on the ground. Okay, well we didn't interrupt the newlyweds, I guess, on their birthday. Fences on the spots diagonal from the traps. You superstar, thank you for that. Enough sleep, we need you to mine stuff. We're going to lose a lot of food otherwise. Okay, you now count as... No, I want it to be indoors. Why do you not count as indoors? Oh, that's why. Casually losing all of our food supplies because we're out of steel. My bad. Collective World Medicine's pretty good. But I might do it for the goodwill, just so I don't keep... Like, we've got quite a lot of medicine. 25, 25. We're still good for medicine, so I might fit for goodwill. Oh my god, we're low on like all our basic resources, like wood and steel. What have I done? What have I done here? Wrong one. The trust people are going to help out? Yeah, they are. They're doing some building. Okay, that should, the actual extra manpower is quite helpful. Come on. We need cooler finish, so we've lost a bunch of our food supplies basically because we're idiots. Things get really out of hand really quickly in this. I do see what people mean. Yeah. Solar flare, great. Okay, then we guaranteed lost a lot of food. We're kind of, we've got a lot of chickens. I know there's some potential for some serious drama in this. I'm looking forward to it building as we get more attached to like various characters. I was very sad yesterday when I'll be honest with you, when we lost the cats. Not yesterday. Very sad. Hmm. PC building went pretty well, yeah. We made a couple of silly errors, but it worked out in the end. Fix the pen. No. Oh, damn chickens. How long do these chicks stay as babies for? Because I swear that they were different last time. Juvenile at 7 days. Oh, okay, and then fully grown at 12 still. Okay, fine. I'm just getting overexcited on the chicken killing. You can have all food, why not? Do that. Don't allow Rossman. Okay, so we need to make a birth room with a clean floor and a good bed. Okay, so structure. We'll make it out of... The birth house can be made out of marble. Why not? It's not going to be a huge room. Floor. What's the best tiles we have? Gonna end up being... We want a door? Steel door? I've removed that aircon. I wanted it back. We've now replaced it with 2 on this side, so we're fine. Though we could do with this door being here. Okay, we need furniture. We need a bed. A jade bed? Or do we want a double bed in there for the baby? It says... a good bed. Does the quality of bed make a difference? Jade bed's probably a bit extra. A marble bed. Clean floor, good bed. At least 1 person to childcare. Well, we're going to need power that goes here. What dictates childcare? It's not a skill, it's just a general ability. For a food source, it's going to have to be breastfeeding too early on. Crib, we can move the crib into... Move the crib into here? Oh wait, stone beds don't help. I guess we'll make a wooden bed then. Oh, bother, of course. Helps if I actually turn the... God damn. From you. I give and you take, give and you take. Okay, luckily it appears to be upstream. Do I want it set as a medical bed for the birth, or do I just want it as unowned? I don't know how you set it as a birth room specifically. Medical, okay. The Thorangi is here. He's out for your Spice Press Latinum chat. Be careful. Whoop. Psychic Soothe for females, nice. Female mood boost. Is there any way besides deep designations to get spice plastinium? No, deep designations is the only way to get spice plastinium. You might want to find see if you can like get a looking for group setup maybe for it. We're running low on food. Wait, why can't I make kibble? Is that a research? Oh, it's at the butch table, not the food table. That makes sense, thank you. That'll do. 2 separate rooms. Infection chance multiplier 50%. I guess that's about as good as I can get. Oops. So what you're saying is I can leave a little hole here, and as long as I leave that unroofed, that heat will just vent out there. That's quite cool. I've got 14 juveniles, or young ones. Probably once. Did you guys, did I fucked up here. you were just sitting in the dark. You weren't even able, they walled you into the room and you were just sat there. Fine. Okay. Whatever. What? One colonist. Wow, we finally got to we have an idle colonist. Oh wow, that sounds salted coffee. That sounds like a war crime. Now I'm starting to see the vibes. Fine. Okay. A slaughterer from North. Okay. We're doing for. We're doing really good for granite. Good. The trap can also be adapted to work with coolers, toxic gas, zombie gas, and weed. So you can just get anyone who attacks your base hella high. Okay. To be honest, that shouldn't be a door. This just needs to be a freezer. I don't know why I put an access on that side. I guess it was probably to stop people traveling around with the bodies. The Geneva Guidelines, you mean? We love the Geneva Guidelines. Okay, now our freezer is actually a freezer again. Okay, we're good for wood. A little bit low on fabric. Oh no, we've got some alpaca wool. That's helpful. I'm expecting an event like any second now. For some reason, I don't really know why. Sindri's probably about to pop. 11 days. I'm fairly sure it's 12 days that they become adults, which means that tomorrow in game there will be a day of slaughtering, and we will have many chicken. What? No. What? We didn't get a warning. Oh, we lost our warg. How did the warg have... Oh, is there no meat? We literally got... Oh, we did get a collapse warning. We must have missed it. The warg only eats meat. Damn, okay. There we go. Lesson learned, I guess. Oh, shit. That might be game over for us. Okay, hang on. Hello, right, like, I think that we likely need to not allow anyone into that room. Hello, Bailey. Hi. Who's a lovely cat? This. Wow. Hi. What you doing? Yeah, it was a cute little kitten. We'll just press that button for a second while you're here, and we'll give you some pets. We can delay the other ads that are coming in a couple of minutes. Here we go. Just do kitten pets. He really is the star of the show, isn't he? Look at him. He's so adorable. You've got so much extra floof on you today. Lovely baby. This sweet little gentleman is all plopped on the ground here asking for a head rub. Recon armor with an integrated burst rocket for short flight. Insane. Okay. Are you in full airplane mode because you want love? Yeah, okay. Who's got the softest belly, huh? You do. You do not exist in game yet, Demna, although we may be having a wipe. Because Troytech somehow managed to catch fucking malaria. Luckily, we got a really good tend. So, when's the next one? When's the next one possible? 11 hours. We'll have to leave that one for longer. Yeah, it's the one I'm just really concerned about. Why are you getting up and about? Oh, you're going to the medical bed. That makes more sense. Oh, I haven't got any prisoners, but that would be very useful to have. That's difficult. Okay, so we've got Deadeye. You've even got a bolt action rifle. Jeez. Are you going to attack through that? What killed them? Just sheer amount of damage build up. Sindri's turn to shine now. Are you chatting to me? Are you just ratting at me? Oh, did that? They died to the trap. Nice. Okay, sweet. We did good. The choke man got killed in the choke point. Hey, baby. Yeah. It's a lovely little kitten. You're such a lovely cat. You're saying hi to chat. Boy, aren't you? We can make sure that all of our tames are, or all of our tens are high here. Hi. Yeah, what about up here? Okay, let me do this. Hang on. You're a bit confused, P. What's going on? Wow. Hi. Unfortunately, I can't let go of the thing I'm holding, otherwise you'll get very, very surprised, B. We'll deal with that in a minute. Right. You're quacking. Yeah, right. Just likes to nuzzle into the just nuzzle into the desk all the time, chat. Look at him. He's so adorable. Nullwolf, why are you using that bed versus the malaria person? I could try and record some quacks from B at some point, yeah. So we want to make sure we get towards the end of the tending rather than having it now. Six, 5, 4. Oh, 100% quality. That was a good tend. That's what we like. So no progression of symptoms. Really, our immunity will pump up. Nice. Okay, fingers crossed. We're doing well. How long do I have? Oh, they've got 3 days. Okay, well, I kind of want to use them as labor while we're dealing with the malaria issue. So Protect's got malaria and just out in the field harvesting all the rice. Like, fair play. There might be a few dead chickens. It might have been reaping day for the males. Hello. Yeah. Another 100%. Nice. We might beat this. Once you've caught an illness once, does that person stay... What happened to Sindri? Oh, she's in labor. Shit. Gonna have to micromanage our people for a little while. That's allowed again. Access. Get rid of them. It's one less thing to worry about. Failing. Don't need to know about that. Got a quest for weather. Psychic lance is useful. 20 days of rainy thunderstorm. That's a long time. Just for capturing people. The rain will influence the crops quite badly, and we're kind of food reliant right now. So probably not going to take that risk right now. Not while I'm dealing with one person with malaria, one person who's in labor. What? Oh. Baby, we have a small human chat. We've grown another one. We've grown a baby. Grave inf what? It needs tending now. Well, why can't I tend it? Already tending to baby, okay. We had a 88% chance of a healthy birth, and unfortunately, the baby is very sick. Good luck, Diesel. Igor. Nice. Igor. Okay, so basically, we've got a bunch of illnesses all together at the same time. Tend quality was high. What are you doing on 5 hours? You need to get some sleep, dude. Oh, this room is too warm. Shit. Shit. Oh, that one was the worst tend. 82%. I'm not sure we can tend this. Do we have Glitter World medicine? I think the baby's gonna die. Oh no, it's going up and down. It's fluctuating. Oh, jeez, everyone's sick and dying. It's all right. This will let the disease out of your blood as well. Maybe? Kill the scar infected hair first, damn it. Then you can rescue your baby. Basically, we want to see if Troitech makes it. How did they just... Oh, yeah, shit, that needs to be built as well. Okay, for wood still. Good on meat. Troitech's health is on. Oh, Troitech, you currently got malaria. So we're seeing if you survive or not. You're currently beating the malaria, which is good. But you also gotta hope that you don't catch a disease from all those hairs. So congratulations. The baby is also ill. Possibly going to die. Losing an adult would be worse right now because we've got too much to do on this area, like this location, to sustain. Yeah, to sustain the base from topic. So by my understanding is this should make you immune from malaria in future, which is just kind of cool in general. There's not much I can, unless I get a trader that has Glitter World medicine, we're likely to I can't keep wasting the medicine. Oh, that's a rough choice to make, isn't it? Thank you, game. No, we won't use the jade up. We'll make a marble sarcophagus. How about that? No rest for you. You need to assemble the sarcophagus for your son. You can resurrect them. Okay, we could bring Diesel back more powerful than ever before. We may have beaten malaria on Troitech, which is good news, because that would have been... Minor developed immunity. Nice. Are they not able to eat the hay grass? Oh, this is really overused, isn't it? Oh shit, of course, yeah. Lose a bond. I'm sorry, that Sindri loses the bonded animal and then also baby. It'll be rough. You said actually building this isn't the thing to do. What I want to do is I want to keep the corpse in here, in the freezer. Wait, can I put a sarcophagus inside the freezer? That way it can be sarcophagized and also kept cold. Okay, the weirdest thing I've done for a while is build a marble sarcophagus for a... No, the Purple Empire or not. 17, jeez. I don't want another faction, like, hostile at me, though. You mean this, Plasto? Yeah, I saw that, but it's not been a priority. And is not enclosed. Good. What do you... No. Where's the baby? You didn't... Oh, you didn't... No. Okay, don't worry. We didn't mess up the burial, okay? I'll be honest with you, this has been the weirdest set of interactions that we've had for a while. Sindri, you can go here. With your partner. I don't actually know if this is even stable yet. How is the sweet baby? The sweet baby, unfortunately, so in rain, everything will still grow fine. I might actually accept that rain quest just for the, No, I'm not saying psych right now, unfortunately. The baby was born with an illness. Oh, I did not realize the water level rises. Shit. Bugger. Okay, we need to... We've got idle colonists. We're doing okay for food production. We're just about staying level and everything else. We might get flooded out by this. No wolves having a swim in the rain. We kind of need to basically to harden things up. But what I'm going to do is... We're at the end of the ads. I'll just save that, fine. Okay, we've been live for 11 hours. I've saved the game. What I'm going to do is we're going to raid into the furry noodles on Ferret Software, and I'm going to go and get some dinner because I meant to go and do that 2 hours ago. Bee's fallen asleep. And we will continue Rimworld tomorrow, where we will see if we actually manage to survive. This is actually a lot harder, only being one difficult level up. So, appreciate you all being here today. Thank you very much for everything you've done and your time. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take it easy. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. Laters.